Let's do it. Fucking loading screen.
Detective Stone, please tell Miss Vivian to keep an eye on her cats.
I gotta start out with a good old round of crawl machining. How the hell, how does it work again? Mind streams. Streaming with his brain. Cheesy lasagna. Wouldn't mind some lasagna.
Nice.
Oh my god, it's another fucking ramen recipe. No, it didn't fall over. Like I had hoped. I think it's in an unreachable spot. Yeah. Let's try the yellow one. If I kick the machine again, it's gonna error out. Pretty sure you can only kick it like 3 times. Oh, come on. Now I think that's in an unreachable spot too. Oh, okay, we saved it. No longer in an unreachable spot. There we go.
Nice.
Another videotape. Is that Leo's sister? No, it's not. Sorry to disappoint you. That's not my sister, no. Do I have all of these? I don't think I have the boss. Actually, wait, I can check. Fuck. What do you mean, fuck? Excuse me? God, that's fucking intense. Did I get the... I need to get her. You know, I don't have the boss. Oh, I don't have the doctor or the deaf guy, I think. Oh my god. Wait, that... Oh my god, wait. Do it again. Hey, I got 2 for free, Bulk. Are they not gonna count?
Nice.
Hey, it does count.
Well, well, well.
Oh, now I just need the doctor and the boss. And quiet from MGS5. Friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. I'm a friend, yes. of a friend. These figurines are so hard to catch. You're not okay. What? It's fine to have a friend of 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 a friend. It's okay. Oh my god. She fell the wrong way. He's gonna be productive. Have fun. I just moved that away from him. Nice. Wait, have fun. Have fun being productive. Go be productive as possible. I appreciate the look. While I spent the whole stream at the claw machine. I already have that one.
Was easy.
How am I gonna get this guy, actually? Oh. Oh, wait, that's the strat. Pull him by the leg. Alright.
Nice.
Cap. Alright, let's see if we can get the gunsmith. I don't know. What's her name? That's way too far. Oh. They're closer to the hole, though. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Smooth execution.
Nice.
No, her name is just Gunsmith. Wait, I have the other guy too, right? She's a gunsmith who's an incomparable catalog. She was also apparently a celebrity who even appeared on TV. I'm sorry, even though he used to be a bad boy. Yeah, I have that guy too. Who the hell is the second one? We did enough claw machining. Let's continue with the game.
See me coming through, just start running, stupid. No warning shots.
What's with that scary look? Planning to kill someone again?
Maybe.
The karaoke mic in the playroom. Why is it just lying there? I wonder. It's been a while since I've been to karaoke.
What is this song? So different from all the other ones.
That body is too badly damaged to do an autopsy on.
This game is one of a kind, go. You see when I turn too? Like while she's running and turning, it looks like she's sliding. This whole game is a one of a kind experience.
Please don't move around so much.
But this song is so different from all the other songs. But yeah, it looks like a PS2 game, and it feels like a Shade Show September game, while also feeling like a random movie you would find a blockbuster back in the day. With all sorts of goofy actors and then it also has Steven Seagal. And then it's about, I don't know, the future in 2040 or something.
Oh, please don't touch anything.
But then it also has claw machines and karaoke and ramen minigames. This song is strange. Bang bang shoot 'em up, but let's listen to a classic instead. This classic here. Everyone loves this song. And the combat's also really goofy. All I can say is just this game, man, it's a one-of-a-kind experience. I can't believe this game is real. I love it, though. It's great. They're right up my alley. Right up my alley. Especially with a song like this. Crank it up. The Blub DJ tickling her nose. Pearl Jam.
Detective, what a pleasant surprise. That was roll. Enough touching myself. Do it. What's the song? The song is I Touch Myself. By Bella something. Huh? What do you mean, huh? What's wrong? Stop touching yourself. I am. I'm done now. I'm playing the game. I'm done touching myself. No.
Not exactly a prowler. sleep.
See, she's like whispering now. I can barely hear her. Yo, we get to play an arcade game now. Okay. How do I shoot? Oh. Is this mine? I think. Did I die? Did I take damage from that? I don't know. I don't know if that was a power up or not.
Bang, bang, shoot 'em up. Bang, bang, shoot 'em up. Stop touching yourself, Lee.
Lee.
Stop touching yourself, Leo.
Oh, it is a power up. Bang, bang, shoot 'em up. Oh, you like that song, eh? Mr. Kikona? I prefer the other one. I prefer touching myself. I'm done though. No more touching myself for now. Thank you though, Mr. Kikona. Why are we shooting so slow now? Oh my god, this weapon is terrible. Give me back the other one I had. That one didn't even kill them.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
You are listening to that song while I fuck my ghost and foot.
Song while I love me, 'cause
Where? I see, Mr. Kikona. Whoa! What the fuck was that? Justin saying love out of nowhere. Thanks, Justin. Love. Very interesting song choice for that particular activity, Mr. Kikona. But hey, I mean, everyone has their own preferences, I guess. Can I not have this weapon? I don't want this. This one is terrible. It doesn't even kill them. Here we go, now we're talking. What's this gonna be? Don't give me that shitty laser thing again.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
Well, how about 7?
SpongeBob is not processed. Wait, I see 7s in there. Monka W. 7. Rip Dome. Rip Mr. Junior's bits. He got SpongeBob. Even though I think he wanted the Kikona. What the hell's a 1-up down there? How was I supposed to? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't expect that to be there. How long does this go on for? Am I not? Alright, I'm not out of lives because I could continue. Oh no. Yeah, this one's better though. This one actually kills this time. Oh, nope, it's still fucking terrible. That laser thing is still terrible. Okay. Yeah, one last attempt. Get rid of this laser. Thank you. This is the one-ups here. What a scam. It's not here now. Jabasting. Oh, I thought I could kill it before he shot me. There was another button that did something. X. Oh. What is it? Is this our last life? Where can I see the life? Is it in the bottom left? Before the one-ups here now. No, it's not here. Oh no! Why did it give me the shitty gun? Not like this. Get me out of here. Nope, I'm good. Get me out of here. Didn't even get in the top 5. Get me out of here. Shower time. Death Stranding time. Was that the mission? Just to head to the arcade? Sick mission. Looks like they added a new cabinet. Cabinet in the game room. It was the same game we played the other day. Try it out if you can. But my highly recommended games. I think I'm pony to show you. Meet me at our team's room when you have the chance. This is not the song I left on.
Don't move around so much.
The press is here again.
I feel sorry for the officer that needs to handle it.
The stock market is crashing. My entire fortune is on the line.
That dialogue. The stock market is
I heard a
crashing.
lot of our people die this time too.
My entire fortune is on the line.
Synths, you know, they don't look that different from a human, do they?
This game is truly something. Truly one of a kind, and I love it. Right up my alley.
Looks like your guys have been in and out of the evidence room.
You should have seen the cutscene from Monday. It was so weird. Like the cutscene was we had captured someone. We had arrested someone, I should say. And they were in the back of the van, laying on the floor. And the cutscene was basically just filming them. But then you could hear our character in the front of the car talking with someone. And they were basically just talking about chips. But then the whole conversation ends with her going like, "Holy shit!" and the guy being like, "What?" And then she responds with, our main character, she responds with, "You should check the stock market." And then the cutscene just ends. It's so fucking random. This is so
Body is
strange.
too badly damaged to do an autopsy on.
They were talking about chips the whole time, and then it just ends with her being like, "Holy shit, man, check the stock market." While the cutscene was focused on the person we had arrested. It was this is so weird. I like it though.
What's with that scary look? Planning to kill someone again?
Oh, it's right here. It is the same game. Any new figurines? Did I get the doctor guy? Oh. No, I think I forgot to get him. Wow. Didn't even fall over. Okay, then I see how it is. Wait, there's a new figurine and the one on the left now. That should do it, right? Wow, that he's covered in butter, man.
Can you hear me?
He doesn't move.
Hey man, LeoXDrb.
Hello, SpongeBob. He's still standing. Wow, how is he not fallen over yet? Holy shit, man's glued in here. Hey, it was SpongeBob Seagal that's here. SpongeBob Seagal. Oh my god, okay, that was lucky. We lost him, but he fell into it. Sweet. And he's the one that's here. Favorite headphones are made in Japan. He's a little interested in Madame Wong. Oh my god. The giant figurine from the arcade game is here. Wow, well, that was easy. Fucking massive.
Nice.
Space Runaway. Arcade game Space Runaway is now available. Will you be able to escape the incoming race of enemies? I don't have the spider drone or the spider robot. Well, let's fix that. Kick the machine. Kick it again. Wow. Nothing barely moved.
Nice.
Hey, now we have them. Unidentified autonomous vehicle that appeared in Dow HQ. Be careful. If you stand there, you might be hit by missiles. Oops. Oh, I have grabbed so many of these. I'm starting to think I can't get any. any karaoke songs from this.
Nice.
World at War. It's another VHS tape. Try this other one. Is it gonna be another VHS tape? Oh, another ramen recipe?
That was easy.
I just got that. I got 2 World at War now. Messed up.
Sergeant Herzog seems to be going in and out of the evidence room.
What is she staring at? This camera angle.
Detective Stone, please tell Miss Vivian to keep an eye on her cats.
The bulb camera angle. What's this song?
You hate germs? Oh, you will.
That's not what the subtitle said.
Which ingredients need to be ordered? Detective, what can I do for you?
I hope you wash your hands, detective.
This is what? I need to say it properly. What is happening? I'm interacting with my fellow police
The
officers.
karaoke mic in the playroom. Why is it just lying there? I wonder.
If you have no business here, then leave.
Is that a strawberry gum on your shoe?
What?
He'll be up all night today, too. We know who to thank for that.
It seems like the captain has been sighing a lot more lately.
Sergeant Herzog's lame jokes. Can you do something about them?
Oh, please don't touch anything.
Does that say toilet rituals at the end, at the bottom? What in the...
Give the captain a break once in a while.
You're really in a good position, aren't you?
Yeah, it does
That
feel like
scary
it.
look. Planning to kill someone again?
And I love that about the game. Oh, they're in here? Oh, my figurines.
They really are human. Looks like we're all here.
Found it. Watch this.
Watch this.
Mustafa Mercer.
Who?
My first case. Maybe second. He's a submarine smuggler. Should have killed him when I had a chance.
I remember the name.
Fast forward this bullshit.
What?
You do understand that I will fucking kill you.
Either I tell you and walk out of here or you put a bullet in my head, Sheriff.
Hell of a bargain.
I came to this world in a body bag. You think I'm afraid to leave it the same way?
What do you think?
Too many things at once.
Did you let him go?
Uh-huh. I'll take Cortez. He wants ramen, and I want some answers.
Always Cortez.
I got a show on DVR.
Playing tough with me, girl? I've seen tough.
What? Okay.
You fucking bitch!
Blasted.
Oh, I can go all night if you want me to.
Sick cutscene.
Can you hear me? Hey, Betty.
What? Excuse me? Boop, 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 boop. What did that say? Nobody's paying me to bang bang anymore. Thanks, Mr. Kikona. Thanks for the boops.
Damn, that bitch is heavy.
It's not her, it's the bag.
Oh, she fucking beat, man. What's with the bag?
If she comes through, she gets a nice raincoat. If not...
What the hell, man? This game. Yo, 10 FPS nightclub, let's do it. And now it's anime all of a sudden. What in the... Yeah, it's Mr. Junior's favorite song.
It's A Money, K Money.
What's going on? Then now we're back to in-game cutscenes. Nice AYAYA section.
Welcome to the worst day of your life.
The party is over.
You hurt the lady.
Same gun. Would you please stop munching in front of me?
This is not like the last time. I have powerful friends now, bitch.
I don't see anyone.
Oh, chick. So...
Do you know her?
I mean, she looks like a bad bitch and totally my type, but I have no clue who she is. Sorry. You wasted your gas.
Bad bitch, huh? Apparently.
Fuck, you know what he said?
Good question.
Advanced telepathy?
The fuck, you know what he said?
She told you something, didn't she? Or you wouldn't be here.
Tell me more.
What the fuck do you want from me? When money talks, few are deaf. I took the job. I mean, what choice did I have?
Who is she?
Her name is October. She's August's pet.
Who's August?
Cargo!
Who are you smuggling? Synthetics?
Stone, she's 100% human. What the actual fuck?
What the
Do I
actual
look
fuck?
like a fucking robot to you? You think they care?
A little bit.
People would have figured out.
And they did. They fucking did. So what? Somebody has to shovel the radioactive shit left after the war. Somebody has to drive a garbage truck. And I am no fucking somebody.
Blasted.
Surround them.
Oh god. Gameplay.
Get off of me right there, escape, bitch. Where do you think give you the way?
Man, the fucking dialogue in this game is fucking hilarious.
Take care of them. Kill you. Fucking bitch.
Fucking bitch. Who said that?
She's crazy.
Who is talking right now?
That all you got? Get off of him! What's wrong? Are you shaking? Is that all?
Why do they all have the same voice? Oh, so now Mr. Junior's faking twice about this game. Has his favorite song in it.
That all you got? That all you got? Bitch.
Who is saying all this?
You're fucking kidding, prick. Over here. No, you think you're just crazy? Can't you put up more of a fight? You die. Get off of him. Over here. Put up more of a fight.
Move. With my 10 FPS.
Fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking prostitute. Bottle, God, get off of him!
Oh my god, it's too funny. That's all they're saying? Yeah.
Your pants now.
What?
Crazy.
Shit your pants, pal. What is happening, man? Fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch. Is that all you got? Get off of him.
Don't make me laugh. Don't shit your pants now.
Why do they repeat the same dialogue so much?
Over here. Get off of him.
Get off of him.
Crazy.
Over here. This bitch crazy.
Don't make me laugh, bitch. Over here. You think you're all tough? Can't you put up more of a fight? Come on.
Oh my god.
You won't get away with this. Take care of them. Don't let her escape. She's crazy.
She's crazy. Get off of him. Fucking bitch. Oh. I have to move. Fucking bitch. She's crazy. Get off of him. Don't make me laugh. Don't shit your pants down. Fucking bitch. Oh my god. Why did they make it so frequent for them to repeat the dialogue in combat? Lose yourself in the madness. Deaf Pan for Club. Game's fucking fantastic.
Over here.
Over here. Never get to hear it all again.
Don't make me laugh.
Don't make me. You're dead. How did you say that?
Over here. Where do you think you're going? There she is. Over here. Hurry. Think you can get away? You won't get away with this.
You won't get away with this.
Don't let her escape. Surround them. Over here. Patrol. Don't let her escape. Get off of him, bastard. Shit, you fool. Surround them. Over here. Away with this.
Oh my god.
You'll get fly right there, fuckers.
Stay right there, fuckers.
Is that all?
Okay, why would you throw a grenade, you psycho? You just murdered all of your friends.
What are you doing? Think you can get over here and smash their heads in? Where do you think you're going? What are you doing?
Got another trophy. Hold on, oh yeah, I have so many points to level stuff up. And you finish strike. Severed legs. I don't think I've ever severed anyone's legs. Upward katana attack. But I already had that. Gonna gouge, gain from. Oh yeah, I forget. I have that bullet time thing. So. I have completely forgotten about that. Guarding by double. Should I just fully upgrade that? Wait. Fuck, bitch. Who's ready for round 3? Yeah, all the dialogue over and over.
Surround that fucking bitch.
Fucking bitch.
You're dying. Right here. Is that all you got? Take care of them. Shit. Get away. Stay right there, fuckers. Shit. What's
Oh
wrong?
my god.
You're not better than me. Take care of them. Get off of him.
Ruined my flow.
Nicely done, Cortez.
Wait, how is this guy missing an arm? What was he doing? Mr. Dante is here. Hello, Mr. Dante. Yep, you're seeing it right. More Mr. Junior's favorite game. Members card.
We need to get out of here. Let's take the stairs down.
And right now you can hear some of the best dialogue in history over and over again. Fucking bitch. This bitch crazy. Get off of him. Don't make me laugh. You're playing Junior's second favorite game, COD. Oh shit, yeah, we all know how big of a COD fan Mr. Junior is. Good old Call of Duty. See, you're checking out the new update then.
You seem to be in a tough spot. Anna, I thought you were supposed to be gathering information.
Checking out the new update. Flame. What the hell is pizza camo? Ooh, this ups the damage even more.
That's a staff waving around handguns and stun batons. What a cool place, isn't it?
Knock, knock.
Dance floor. Enemies below.
Enemies below. Aren't they just gonna come up here?
Don't let her escape.
So they are.
You won't get away with this.
You won't get away with this.
What's good, bitch?
What? How did you avoid that? Season 3. It's actually good. I looked at what's in it. It didn't look like there was that much. But you're liking it? It's actually pretty good.
Don't let her escape.
Censored, oh my god. So much blood.
This motherfucker right here.
Did he just say this motherfucker right here? What?
Can't you put up more of a fight? You're fucking kidding me.
You're fucking kidding me as I'm chainsawing the guy in half. Oh my god.
Motherfucker right here.
He did say this motherfucker right here. What the hell?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Fuck you. What is this gotchi dialogue? What are you doing? Fuck you.
You're gonna beg for your life.
Bloody the blade.
What's wrong? She's crazy. Can't you put up more of a fight? Shit, don't let her escape. What's wrong? Get him. Die? Is that all? Get him. You won't get away with this.
He hit me.
Shit. Can't you put up more of a fight?
This motherfucker right here, fuck you and all you know, she's crazy. We're fucking fuck, you're gonna make her life.
Exactly, that's the dialogue right there. Just that constantly over and over again and going over each other. This motherfucker right here, fuck you. What are you doing? She's crazy. Oh, fucking fuck. You're gonna beg for your life. They really say it too, makes it even more perfect. Just so casual about it. This motherfucker right here. Fuck you. What are you doing? Get off for him. She's crazy. They just repeat that every single second. Ah, I love this game, man.
Fucking bitch.
Fucking bitch, you just hear out of nowhere. Holy shit. I want to make this a sound effect. Every single thing that they're saying, turn that into a sound effect. What are you doing? Fuck you. That's fucking bitch.
Nicely done, Cortez.
Fucking bitch, fuck bitch. Fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch, fucking bitch. That all got, get off of him, this motherfucker right here, fuck you.
Get off of him, this
what are you doing? She's crazy. We're fucking fuck, you're gonna make her. Nature, like that.
I can't take it serious, Mr. Kikoda. Is that all you got? Get off her, this motherfucker right here. Fuck you, what are you doing? She's crazy. I'm fucking fucked. You're gonna beg for your life. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. Holy shit. It's way too funny, man. It's way too good. Fucking bitch. Is that all you got? Get off for him. This motherfucker, right? I can't. Why are they saying it like that? Why are they saying it so frequently, too? It's way too funny. Oh, shit, man. Am I fighting a mini boss right now? What's happening? Where are the funny guys? Where the fucking bitch? You're gonna beg for your life. Where'd those guys go? Wait, that's my friend. What the fuck is happening to the lighting?
Alright then, suck my balls, suck my balls, suck my balls, fucking bitch, fuck you. That all got him, fuck you, fucking prick, that off of him.
Is that all you got? Is that all you got? Fucking bitch, fucking bitch. Is that all you got? Ah, it's way too good, man. Is he throwing flashbangs? Is that why the lighting is being so acting up like that?
Dan loved Call of Duty so much he would fuck a main duck who made it as a fucking bitch.
Oh my god, he likes it that much, huh? Wait, what? What the fuck? How do I switch weapon again? I don't think I have another weapon right now. There we go. Wait, that's my friend still. He's got the Activision bag. Oh, I see. And then I see why he liked it so much. He's getting that direct deposit from Activision. Ow. When can I attack this guy? Can I just let my friend kill him? You gotta share that money back with us, Mr. Dante. Share the Activision money back. Fitting end, to be honest. It was either that or we were gonna die to him. That was 1 HP. It was either the game crashing or him killing us. I'll take the game crashing. That's the second time it's crashed. Ugh. Man, it's really not that stable at all here in the PS5. Imagine what the PS4 version must be like. Crash. That's the second time it's crashed. It crashed on Monday too. Someone threw a grenade and then the game just crashed. Holy fuck. Such a demonic laugh. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's okay, Mr. Kikona, because now we get to my favorite part again.
Dance floor.
Listening to these guys.
Stay right there. Where do you think you're going?
What do you think you can get away here? This motherfucker right here.
She's crazy.
She's crazy.
Over here. Hurry. No running away. Right here. No escape. Where do you think you're going? You're not welcome. You're fucking kidding me. Over here.
You're fucking kidding me as I fucking decapitate that guy. What the fuck? We're laughing in Spanish now?
This motherfucker right here.
This motherfucker right here. Exactly.
You're not so tough. Go to hell.
That's crazy.
Shit.
Shit.
Come on. Don't make me laugh.
Don't make me laugh. So I'm shooting you in the chest.
Surround that fool. What are you doing? Shit. That all you got? Shit is crazy now. You're fucking kidding me. What's good, bitch?
What? What's good, bitch? Is that what he just said? What's good, bitch? What's good, bitch? Alright, now the fucking G.I. Joe unit is gonna show up, right? Oh, we know it's the one guy.
Over here, you can get crazy. Them. Get him.
Get him.
Go to hell.
Wait, there's another one.
Think you can get away? You'll get far, asshole.
He won't get by,
I'll
asshole.
get away with this.
Who just threw that grenade? Ah, there you go. Right, I forgot about this cutscene. Ow, ow. What is he doing? Hey, man. Can't see because of your lights. They're so fucking bright. Oh, you gotta reload. Respect the reload. What the fuck was that ordering? Jesus, this guy isn't even a boss. He's just like the ninjas. He has so much fucking health. Probably has even more health than the bosses. Oh, wait, I forgot about the chainsaw over here. Can I get the boss with that? Well, we may never know. Aim for the head to secure a quick kill. Yeah, have fun aiming for the head. But I don't mind redoing this, because then you get to listen to these funny fucking people again. Fucking bitch.
Think you can get away?
Let's try and save the chainsaw for the big guy.
Stay right there, fuckers. Think you can get away?
Stay right there, fuckers.
No running away now. You're not better than me. Yo.
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 Where do you think you're going? What's good, bitch? Can't you put up more of a fight?
What's good, bitch? Oh my god.
You bitch. What are you doing? Where do you think you're going? Just die, shit. You're fucking kidding me.
They have so much dialogue.
She's crazy.
Just die, you shithead.
That all you got? Beg for your life. Crush you. You won't get away with no escape, bitch. You're fucking kidding. No running off of him. Little prick.
Little prick.
No running away now.
I can't take this serious, man.
No running away now, bitch. Where do you think you're going? Kill me over here. You'll pay with your life. What's wrong? Die, bitch.
Oh my god, we're taking so much damage. Alright, let's redo that. We took so much damage. Oh, pressure L1 to God. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't work half the time.
Dance floor.
There she is. Where do you think you're crazy? Hurry, she's crazy. There she is. Think you can get away? You're not so tough. Over here.
You're not so tough.
Think you can get away? Can't you put up more of a fight? Don't make me laugh. You. What are you doing?
Fuck you.
Stay right there, fuckers. You won't get away with this. Smash their heads in. What are you doing? Won't get away with
What are you doing?
Can't you put up more of a fight? Don't make me laugh. You're fucking kidding me.
You're fucking kidding me.
Quit acting all tough. You won't get away with this. There she is. Don't make me laugh. Shit. Shit. What's good, bitch? Get off of him.
That's good, bitch.
Get him. Better than me. What are you doing? Shit. Take care of him. You won't get away with this. Is that all you got? Fucking bitch. She's crazy.
Fucking bitch.
That all you got? I can smell your fear.
That's also a new one. I can smell your fear.
She's crazy, you fool. Go to hell. Can't you put up more of a fight? She's crazy. What's good, bitch? Is that all? Take care of them. What are you doing? She's crazy.
Where they at? Where are they yet, actually? Covered in so much blood. Ah.
Over here. Where do you think you're going? No running away now. Take care of them. Where do you think you're going? A fight? Shit.
Did that kill him?
Is that all?
Wow. Got him punched with the pistol and it killed him.
What are you doing?
Is this... Yeah, we can skip. As let's see, can I use the chainsaw on the big guy here? Where is he? Oh my god, you totally can. Easy money. Oh, I made it. That made this a whole lot easier. What? What's he shooting at? We cool? Oh yeah, I think that's like the first time we didn't get anything. Didn't get any new parts. But another escape route. Oh no, it's the fucking ninja. Well, good thing it's right here at the beginning of the checkpoint. Maybe we can actually practice against it.
There's a large number of suspicious troops surrounding the club. Doc and Hertz are going their way by chopper, so have them pick you up on the roof.
Import a katana to a gunfight. Wasn't too bad. Mainly because I kind of cheesed it with the pistol. Whoa, what the fuck? How long were you sitting there for?
We're almost there, Stone. Get your ass to the roof.
I cannot read I cannot read this fancy cursive writing. What the hell is happening in this room?
Scared?
Have a grenade.
Surround them. No escape.
What the fuck was that?
Hurry.
Oh, yeah, run into the room. Thank you. Wait, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he just out here? Who is friendly and who's enemy here?
Where do you think you're? Come on.
What the hell's going on anymore? True shooter. Yeah, keep body blocking them. That way I can just spread prey here. We got this. What are you doing? Shotgun is terrible at this range. Wait, there's still more? Ain't no way. Who's shooting me? This fucking guy from all the way over here. There's another one here? What are you guys doing down here? You want to join the party room? How much is for a grenade? How much did just for a grenade? Yeah, there's still another enemy. But where? I don't know. Let me hydrate here. There's still an enemy somewhere. Cause the drone. Oh, he's hiding in here on the dance floor. What the fuck, man? Man, he's trying to party. Instead of doing his job. Wait, are you telling me there's another one up there? Ain't no way. Oh my god, there was another one hiding here. He was the last one.
Like I cooked a hornet's nest. Are you okay, Hannah?
New weapons pots. Wait, but what did I get? Oh, and this. Flame pistol.
Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter
Kitchen.
the rooftop on the street side, so close by.
Fire away!
Oh god, it's another ninja. It's two ninjas. Oh my god. Annihilated. What are you guys doing in here?
On your guard! Fire away!
Oh my god. Oh my god. Maybe we actually need to take it slow. There's so many people shooting at us. Is that a person or is the gun just stuck? Oh, it was a person. I cannot read. Nice quiet little luck picking session. There's gotta be a boss up here, right? If we're gonna fight on the roof. Oh, this fucking guy. Mini boss. Two of them. Well, shit. You just so you know. We can't just tactically run past them. I don't have my chainsaw this time to cheese. This is pretty bad because I aggroed them both. Yeah. Is explosive this propane tanks up there? What?
It's like I cooked a hornet's nest. Are you okay, Hannah? Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach.
Oh, I forgot about you.
on the street side.
Fire away!
The fuck?
Fire away!
They were both in here this time. Oh my god.
It's like I cooked a hornet's nest. Are you okay, Hannah?
I want to open the door. Thank you.
Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach the rooftop on the street side. So close by.
Fire away!
Oh, that got one of them. Holy shit.
Fire away!
Wait, he didn't even get the grenade through the doorway. Oh wow.
On your guard!
Well, the hell is the exit?
Ah, sorry. I had to sneeze. Oh wait, maybe I can use the bullet time on the big guy. Maybe. Oh my god. Maybe that's the play. You can actually skip that though. Oh my god. No way you're not close to death. I'm close to death. Jesus, well at least it gives you a heal. That's nice. Alright, let's try the bullet tap thing on this guy. See if it kills him. Fuck. Fuck, it doesn't kill him. I don't have any ammo. Don't shoot me. How are you not dead? Got the heal off, that's what matters. What? That killed me? Holy shit, he killed me in 2 shots. That's fucked up. That's so tanky. You have to fight 2 of them back to back.
Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach the rooftop on the
I didn't touch up.
by.
No, let me touch up my move.
Like I cooked a hornet's nest. Are you okay, Hannah? Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will
There we go. It didn't really hit him that much, but yeah.
Fire away!
I'm done, Carter.
Jesus.
Like I cooked a hornet's nest. Are you okay, Hannah? Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach the rooftop on the street side, so close by.
Fire away!
What in the? Wait, the door's still open here.
Fire away!
Good to see what was happening. What if we lure them all out? No, not all of them. But one of them out here.
Okay, Hannah. Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach the rooftop on the street side, so close by.
Fire away! Fire away! Fire away!
Oh my god. Got distracted by the bottles as soon as it showed up. Of course.
Fire away!
Whoa, camera.
Fire away! On your guard!
Should probably use this gun since we're gonna get rid of it anyways. Oh my god. Wow, well that was fast. Already. Second crash of today. Hot damn. 2 crashes in 1 day. Three crashes total. Imagine. As soon as I kill the last big guy, when we get to the roof, the game just crashes again. Stairs again.
You okay, Hannah? Hannah, get to the roof as fast as you can. We have to get out. The helicopter will approach the rooftop on the street side, so close
Hello? Are they gonna show up? Alright, next one. Fuck him up, deaf guy. I'm shooting him through the wall. Smooth.
On your guard! Fire one!
Oh, what the fuck? Stop loading. Shoot, shoot, stop loading. You piece of shit, you just had to throw that. Didn't you?
On your guard!
Nicely done, Countess.
Holy, stole that kill. Oh wait, he's holding a grenade! Holy shit. Turn into fucking suicide bomber. Monk shake. Like, I'm taking you guys down with me. I'm going down. Can't like go back here and restock, right? Yeah, no, because it's gone now, the drone. So how did we fight this first guy? Just failed him full of LMG rounds. Can I maybe buy something that'll make this a bit easier? Incendiary nade. Now that. Oh wait, is that also more ammo? That second one? Ah, no, cruiser reload speed. Holy shit. Fucking melt through my health. Okay, it does actually do a big difference if you just aim for the head the whole time. Either that or the fucking incendiary nade did like a quadrillion damage. Oh, it is separate. Sweet. The grenade and incendiaries. Oh my god, we did it. Holy shit. I don't know if it was the LMG that did the difference or if it actually was the incendiary.
Stock and her truck will be here soon. Just
Thank God they were nice enough to put a checkpoint here. Recoil hand. This gives minus 45 recoil handling, but a shit ton of damage. Is the recoil really gonna be that bad now?
Hurry while the enemy isn't here.
Oh, cutscene. It was.
We need Doc fast. Cortez?
What the fuck? No. Silent friend. What? Okay. And the boss fight just begins. You gotta fight budget quiet. Am I supposed to shoot at? What does more damage? Do the same amount. Bang.
Is that all you got?
How are you doing now? Come on, let me reload my LMG. Thank you. Phase 2. This music doesn't sound like boss fight music. It sounds like casual and chill. It sounds like music you'd hear in like an arcade or something. It's too relaxing. Just stand on the fire for me.
Spirit?
Boss fight? Yes, yeah, yeah, those are boss fight. It sure is. You can't tell? Can't tell from the really intense music? Dismissed. Bang, bang. Can't tell from this really intense, chill arcade music that this is a boss fight? How? Personal key. This music is so fucking chill. What kind of boss fight music is this? Sliced. First try. Yep. Okay. Sick. Surely that was just a warm-up boss, right? Wait, no, that was probably just the boss of the level.
Let me see.
Doc, don't just stand there. Operate.
With what?
He still sounds so chill.
Soldier, this chance I won't miss.
Hannah, he's in a bad shape.
All I need is one shot.
Need to evac now.
Bye. Oh my god. Wait, holy shit, but that's the first time I've seen that. The trophy just barely popped and the game crashed. Holy shit, I've never seen that before. That's incredible. Hold on, let's get an instant replay of that. Yep, talk about perfect timing. I was like, wait, did the trophy get cut off? And then, nope, the game crashed. Oh, it doesn't pop up in the replay, but oh my god. You just heard the sound and you could barely see it, and then bam, game crash. Fucking perfect timing, yeah. That's the third crash today, holy shit. Holy fucking shit indeed, man. Oh, this game's incredible. Now, I wonder where it's gonna put me. I probably have to do the whole level again. Not the whole level, but just the last bit of the level again. Oh god. Oh, yeah, the voice acting in this game, man, it's Oscar worthy. Please save. You're gonna let me do the thing again. Okay, thank god it's saved. Now all my toys.
Shit. He's bleeding again.
Back to whispering. What is happening? Everyone's so chill and there's no music either. It's a grunt. Urgh.
We're good.
Okay.
Stone, check the flash drive. F188.
First shower time, I think. Yep. Quick, Stone, check the flash drive. Nah, hold on. I'm gonna take a shower first. And then we cut to this loading screen. Oh my god. Incredible. Masterpiece of a game. Leave now. N-A-N. How's your gun doing? I got a new shiny gun pot for your customization needs. But your gun is precious. Don't go neglecting her maintenance. What the hell? What just happened? Hold on, I'm curious. Oh no, it's a bronze trophy, so I didn't create a video. What the fuck, man? That's a first. Game crashes as I get a trophy. Not even Cyberpunk did that.
What's the matter with you?
How far will you go today for that kill?
Oh, there's another thing in here. Oh, is this gonna be another flashback? No. It's only given as a flashback one time. Maybe picked up by and note. Yeah, no, I love that.
Hey, have you seen Paws and or Fangs?
Good question. I've seen a lot of cats. I thought... Oh, you said you had new gun parts for me or something.
Hey.
There's hardly anyone left here tonight.
Hong Kong Ramen Guide. Free noodle refill. Sign me up. Kill a dish. Is that the name of the dish? Oh my god. You see the... it says the hours at the bottom left. Hours between 12 and 25. With breaks. 25? What? You mean 25? Does time work differently here in the future? Yeah, it's Vivian. Expert shooter and an Olympic gold medalist. She's intelligent, but has trouble communicating with others. Keeps 12 cats at the station as a complaint about the smell. It's Wong. Also, no, it doesn't matter Wong. Transfers that. Is this a Resident Evil reference? Her name is Madame Wong, and she has someone called Mr. X following her around. What the fuck? Oh, it's what we did last time.
Captain, come to think of it, I haven't seen him.
Oh no.
We've been ordered to evacuate, so we're going home.
Is Cap fucking dead? I hope not. Anyone but Cap.
It's emergency first aid, but I'm sure Corvus will be fine.
Oh, didn't even see him then, did you?
How far will you go today for that kill?
But end up disappearing. Isabel. That's a lady we just killed. The lady we just fought in that boss fight. That extremely intense boss fight.
Don't talk to me. I'm leaving.
Okay. Don't talk to me. I'm leaving.
You're still gaming even at a time like this? Just make sure you file the report.
Man, this game is full of incredible lines like that one we just heard. You're still gaming at this hour?
You're still gaming even at a time like this?
Exactly. Do some karaoke. Still the same fucking Luftballon song.
Hast du etwas Zeit für mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizont. Denkst du vielleicht gerade an mich? Dann singe ich ein Lied für dich von 99 Luftballons und dass sowas von sowas kommt.
Clap. It did, yeah. Did do the exact same karaoke song. Last time we played. Oh, I didn't mean to retry. Yeah, we gotta get our daily karaoke in though. Hey, leave, please. I didn't mean to click replay. Gotta get our daily karaoke in, especially after what just happened.
You're still gaming even at a time like this?
Oh, as officer. The other guy. I changed the music too. You even heard this one?
We've been ordered to evacuate, so we're going home.
Wait, the mortgage. You should go down there. Is this gonna be another flashback? Yeah. This sounds so goofy. You won $1 million. Pay them and Fee will claim your prize. Don't fall for his lottery scams.
What do you mean, go home?
I hope those two will leave soon.
What two?
Huh? What do you mean, go home?
That's right. I came here relying on you.
I'm sorry, but please come back tomorrow.
Just like that, without a reason.
I don't need to give you a reason now. Turn around and go home.
There's no one at the reception. I'll come back another time.
God, it's dark down here. At least we can still hear the music. Jamming out in the morgue. Wow, I almost have them all. There's only 2 left. Got all of those. That's what these were? They were gang reports? I wish I could read them.
What's the matter with you?
Let's skip the call machine, a few spins, and then let's go. Oh, there's actually something new in here. A new figurine. The bald guy in the back here. Oh my god. Kick the machine again. There's his message.
Nice.
I did. Yeah, we got all the other ones. Kick it again. There we go. Didn't reply, but what do you want me to say to it? What do you want me to say to it? Only one capsule? Goddamn. That for something. Ah. There you go. There's your reply.
Nice.
Actually something new. What is this though? Five minutes. Maybe this is just a song from the game. I don't think it's for the jukebox. No. Starting to think you can't even get more jukebox songs. Oh. You gave the claw machine a few spins. Let's continue. Little ass guy in here too. No, he's not here. Go.
Why the hell are you wearing this?
Oh my god, we're whispering again.
Even with a force.
It really brings out my eyes.
Your eyes are green.
So?
You seriously want to drag her with us?
She's gonna get blasted when they get here.
They're already here.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that was a fast cutscene. Now I gotta turn it down again because the mixing is incredible. The whole you mix. Actually, can I buy something? Use charge time for charge attack. You know what? That might actually be pretty good. Activates. Oh, wait, can we? I want to get the extra grenade. Alright then, what the hell is this? With severed legs. I feel like that rarely happens. Well, now we have it. 31 degrees Celsius. Good to know. Cut through enemies.
We got this shit. Those guys are all over the place.
What is this ominous music? Monka shake.
Grenade!
Nope, you're not going back in there. We shoot you through the wall. Oh my god, you can hit me through the wall too. I'm the only one that's allowed to hack. Oh, he's already dead. What the hell am I looking at? Grenade! Sliced. Oh my god, get out of the way, duck. Jesus Christ, man. Walking into the line of fire.
Let me know if you need support.
On your guard!
Grenade!
Jesus Christ. Did the ninja die? I think the ninja died. All this water splashing is gonna crash my game again. Gonna crash my poor game.
Granny, granny, fire away, granny, granny.
I know, right? They show love repeating themselves. Grenade, grenade, fire away, grenade, grenade, fire away. Man, why they made them?
Enemy reinforcements.
Why they made them repeat themselves so often? God damn. Amazing, 10 out of 10. This game is such an experience, man. Because what the hell is this ominous music now? It feels like I'm in a horror game. But it doesn't fit where we are in the game right now. It doesn't fit what's happening right now at all. Delayed as fuck. And a good old refresh should fix it.
You gotta watch out.
Can we do a quick round of karaoke even while the bad guys are here? Alright. He's got that insta delay now. He's got that 0.1 millisecond delay. Nothing new.
Stone, enemy troops.
What the fuck? But that goes the ominous music.
Still with this, boss?
Still with this boss. Proceeds to fucking die. Holy shit. Where am I?
Grenade!
Grenade! What the? It's a super Omega Ninja. Fuckery's happening, yeah. You don't say. All kinds of nonsense is happening. Away from me. These ninja men, fuck them. Don't worry, I fucked them good for you, Mr. Junior. Isn't this the grenade launcher? There is. Oh my god. Hold this for me. Wait, that was the wrong gun I shot. Hold this for me.
Grenade!
Grenade! Couldn't be bothered. Couldn't be bothered to fight them. And figure out their annoying pattern. Understandable. Understandable, because I mean, yeah, they also throw the hardest enemy in the game at you right at the beginning. Alright, they throw a lot at you right in the beginning. It's a bit overwhelming. All the shit they throw at you just in the very first mission. Just like, you don't even know the controls or anything. You just like figure out how to hit somebody. And then they throw the ninja guy at you and a whole bunch of enemies that shoot you. And you're still trying to figure out how the parry works and everything. Like, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot they throw at you. Is the real reason you refuse this? Because of the ninjas? Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. Because they are a bitch to fight. At least something you gotta be in the mood for, or prepared for. Fight a little bit carefully against those guys.
We got this shit, Stone.
Thankfully, there isn't a lot of them. Well, there isn't a lot. Until this point, where there apparently is free now. Up until this point, there hasn't been a lot of them. But now there is apparently free at once. Can we not fight on like the ramp?
Reinforcements.
pieces.
Yeah, and yeah, when that happens, they pretty much just insta kill you too. Yeah, I don't blame you for dropping the game because of these ninjas. But yeah, okay, you gotta fight 3 at once down there. Jesus, man. Oh my god. Slice his arm off. Alright, time to fight Sidewalk Ninja. Metal Gear Solid again. What? I thought you would die. I thought you died. Oh, I'm alive. You were you were still playing Yakuza when you played this. Maybe it's the perfect time to go back to the game now. Now that you've finished up Yakuza. Then you have to buy the game again, and well, yeah. Wait with that, I'd say.
Here they come.
Okay, can we not fight here on the ramp? It makes everything so awkward. Why are the other ninjas?
Don't! Enemy troops!
On your guard.
Hey, you okay?
What? I didn't think that was gonna hurt me. That's a chainsaw here. Censored.
Still fight, right?
Reinforcements.
That's a friendly, right? He's all covered in blood. I can't tell.
Grenade! On your guard.
The Jedi Fallen Order to play. That's fair. Yeah, you got so many other really amazing games to play before you return to this. What? No. What, the Wizard game? Oh no. Not that Wizard game. Anything but that Wizard game. I played all the amazing games.
Hey, you
Oh yeah,
okay?
like this? Damn right. I play all the amazing games like this.
This way.
Don't! Enemy troops!
This fucking music, man. That's the jam. Amazing PS2 games like this. Man, I love me some PS2 style games.
Grenade!
I love me games like this. That's right up my alley.
Grenade!
They didn't move.
Grenade!
Wait, what the fuck? I don't remember God's hand being like this. A God hand being like this.
Grenade!
You don't remember God hand being like this? And the guy yelling, "Grenade! Grenade!" all the time, and and the thing from earlier. This fucking bitch. Fuck you. Get off for him. You don't remember that? Best dialogue I've heard in any game. Hey, you started playing Ghostwire? Pog. Extremely Pog. How are you liking it?
Fire away.
Oh. I see. Only the first 5 minutes. See. You haven't really gotten too into it yet.
Let me know if you need support.
It looks nice. Sure is. Sure is nice. And it's just really nice too. Walking around Tokyo all by yourself.
Stone, enemy troops.
Quite nice. That ninja.
Grenade!
This fucking bunch, the fucking bandit.
Oh my god.
Get a whole bin, fuck.
Woohoo! Oh. Bunnies. This fucking bitch. Get off for him. That's dialogue. Hey, you also hello, Mr. Deaf. Mr. Deaf is here. Get the bit of the trunk. Oh, getting a new shelf for the game. Oh, that's really nice.
You gotta watch out.
Nice fresh shelf. Oh.
Let's take care of these guys already.
But they added like a new mode
Not the record machine.
to Ghostwire. Oh my god, what is happening? Wait! Holy shit. What the hell? Whoa! Wait, can I call it back here? Nope. Oh, that's if you can make it to the store alive. What was happening? The weather bad? Alive, monk of shape. Oh, you're going to IKEA. Oh god, yeah, okay. Try not to get lost. Monka W. Try not to get lost. Oh, abducted by the shark or whatever that mascot is. Connor's fucked up, man. He's on some good stuff once again. Oi, 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 oi. Now it's 6 a.m. Oh my god, you got a really long night worth of good sleep. Well, good morning, Def. Excited you're gonna pick up below high. That's some delicious Swedish meatballs. Get people fat on the way out. Oh, I shot.
Grenade!
Grenade!
Can you hear me? Betty.
Jesus.
You okay?
Oh my god. Kick holder, holy shit. Yeah, he's having a really good day. he's really on that good stuff today. Yeah, he's definitely seems stoned, man. Oh, this is some good fucking shit, man. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, I don't have anything left. Please give me a checkpoint.
Enemy reinforcements.
You're an enemy reinforcement. God, this here is a fucking gauntlet. I'm not going through right now. Revive Mr. Kekona. What? Make it sound like he's not fucking high on the good stuff? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. This sounds like a cartoon sound effect or something. Looney Tune sound effect. Oh, he's right there. No blow high. Oh, but not the plushie. No, they won't live with the plushie. Want you to go up there in person to get him. Blow high.
Can you hear me? Betty.
Holy
I'm
shit.
sorry, right now.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like. Definitely sounds like you're having the time of your life. Where's the Kekona? Can we have a fucking checkpoint? This has been a fucking gauntlet so far to get through. One hell of a gauntlet.
What's going on?
Oh, you can get them on Amazon, but not through IKEA. Interesting.
We got this shit, Stone.
Still with us, boss?
Jesus. Oh, thank God I still had that revive. Otherwise, game fucking over.
Hurts like hell.
What? There's another big guy? Are you serious? I don't. I don't know if there's any way I can get this. Oh my god, he died.
Grenade!
Why are you throwing a grenade? He's right in front of you, you psycho.
What the fuck? I should ban this game.
What? Why? What's wrong, Obama?
I should ban this game.
You see, Obama's not high. Unlike Kikona. Who invited Rhino from Marvel? Exactly, who invited this big fucking guy? I have enough to deal with in the ninjas. I don't have any ammo or anything. I have 17 bullets. I don't know if 70 bullets is enough.
Grenade!
Stop throwing grenades, you psycho, for no reason. Holy shit. Oh, he's right there. And there's another one in there. Oh, can I upgrade my team here? Maybe that'll help me.
Put the shuttle out.
That is the strangest yawn I've ever heard. That is the strangest yawn I've ever heard, SpongeBob. $130 delivery. Holy fuck, man. Pricey. A lot of money to get a shelf delivered.
Where the fuck is everyone? Grenade!
SpongeBob, what was that? I think it was a yawn. It's a yawn he's been holding in for a really, really long time. He's been holding that yawn in for quite some time. That one bullet.
Can you hear me? Is that all of them?
I hope so.
What? What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Hi. Huh. What the unicorn is this piece of shit?
He said foo foo foo. What? Where did he get the foo from? These no more unexpected enemies. Will deliver to your address. Maybe. And that's why it's so expensive. It just sounds like he's mic checking, like 1 2 1 2 foo 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 foo. Right, please give me a checkpoint. Oh, thank the goose. This is probably gonna be even more intense. What? How does that make any sense? Double the distance of the store. Might as well just go to the store then.
7,777,777,777.
Oh, wait, it's the default voice. Does that mean we ran out?
777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,777,7
$777.
Oh, let me see. Maybe out already out? Only took 13 days. Man, you still want to sleep even though you slept for so long? Time to take a nap in school. Nah, that's still 264 left.
Now we can have Justin back.
Nope, hold that for. There's still 264 left. I don't know why it did the default voice.
Enemy reinforcements.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Still with us, boss?
This is test.
Yes, see?
Motherfucking test 7.
Motherfucking test. Steam still got Mr. Kikoda.
777. No, Justin.
Oh, Justin is still here. He's just a little bit in the background. Further away from the microphone. Damn, that killed me. Classic. What are you? Oh, you're shooting a shield.
All right, Leo, going to take a shower now. We'll be back later, Daddy.
What? Oh, you did say something about a shower. I enjoy your shower, SpongeBob. AKA Mr. Junior. For a nice
fellow
refreshing
Ayers
shower.
let us write for better paying.
What do you mean better, AYAYA? This is a masterpiece right here. The best game I've played all year. I'm actually really enjoying it a lot.
Nothing less from this team.
What do you mean, Ryan? What is time? This isn't the best game ever created.
Let's take care of these guys already.
Obama's not a fan of Wanted Dead. Was it a picture and collection show?
No more DBD.
No more DBD. Oof.
No more DBD.
Oof. Well, let's just say you're in for a surprise on Wednesday. But also, I see the shelf. That is one fucking nice shelf box. What's for space in it? Really nice quality shelf.
Let's take care of these guys already.
It's a bit too high. Yeah, it does look really tall. Is it too tall to fit in your room? No more DBD. People are rioting. They're rebelling against the DBD. You just die. Thank you. No more DBD. Well, like I said, you're gonna be in for a surprise on Wednesday. if you want no more DVD. That one dead.
No more DB.
Can you hear me? Steady.
No more DB.
Let's put 2 games stacked on the height. Can't you get like extra shelves for it or something to put in?
No more DBD.
No, it better be DVD or I will.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Well, let's just wait and see. It'll be a surprise. Definitely a surprise.
Can you hear me? Steady.
No more DBD.
But can't you just, you know, buy extra shelves on the side to put, well, not like extra shelves, but you know, the thing you put the games on. I don't know what it's
No more
called.
DVDs, nuts, rainbows.
'Cause that's what I did with my shelf. I bought like extra, you know, ground thingies, wall thingies to put on. Have to be custom made. I guess that's true if you wanted
Give
to
'em hell, Stone.
match with the rest of the shelf. Video fits with 2. Oh, wrong button. Oh, it's always worth a shot to try and see if it does when you get the actual shelf. Melee lead. He'll do what you did to the gov with me. What did you do to the gov? Oh no. Did you banish him to hell? Oh, DVD these nuts.
Here they come.
Jesus Christ. This level has been like non-stop ninja fighting. I can't see the camera.
I'd expect nothing less from this team.
God, you really can kill them so quickly. So fast.
Okay, lock and load.
Only hit him in the head. Nope. I was hoping you'd go for my teammate.
Grenade!
You're a grenade.
Hey, hey, we still got enemies.
Nicely done, Cortez.
Hey, please get another checkpoint. That's a good idea. For the Ghost Edition. Your drum kit for blow high controllers. Future Collector's Edition. Yeah, you could keep it for that. It's a good idea. Yeah, but yeah, you're saying perfect place to put your faith and humanity up there. No. Feels bad, man. I heard you lost that one. I heard you lost that one a long time ago. Too real. Beware.
okay?
AYAYA. Too real. Oh.
Let me know if you need something.
Yeah, it is. I think it's always been like that. If you're trying to subscribe on phone, it's always more expensive. Unfortunately, it's a bit more expensive. So what's the end? What do I feel like we got a boss fight coming up?
Don't. Enemy troops.
Oh, it's another big fucking guy.
You can still fight, right?
No. Yeah, exactly. Apple or Google, they take a cut.
You okay?
Which makes it more expensive. Thank you. There we go.
Let me know if you need something.
Well, fucking ninja hiding around the corner. Come here, come here. Go fight in the office room. Or not. Fight out here too, I guess. What the fuck? What did they just counter? What the hell is blowing up?
Nicely done, Cortez. Katsu, deal with this shit. Good shot.
Fire away! Fire away!
No. Don't fire away. There's someone up here? What? What? Fucking roll. The psychopath. There's a fucking grenade right next to us. Wait, that's an enemy.
Katsu, deal with this shit.
That was reckless.
Get him from up here. Oh my frames. I'm so scared the game's gonna crash and we're gonna have to do this all over again. There you go, we got the grenade launcher guy.
Katsu, deal with this shit.
Grenade!
The fuck, why is that guy just walking slowly? Yeah.
You can still fight, right? I'd expect nothing less from this team.
Holy shit. Oh my god. It's the death for doing his passport in the middle of all this.
Is million first time to
Jeez.
leve. You don't
I
know
scream.
actually.
I don't know, actually. I'm not sure if there's a nod. But what matters is you're renewing your passport. Renewing your Danish passport. The 8th month. Proud Danish citizens. 8 whole months. And 8 whole months with the fish. Appreciate it, Mr. Death. That's a friend. Appreciate the reset. Oh, the passport renewal.
You okay?
Oh god, thank god. I still have to revive. Excuse me. Is that another ninja? Yep. Are we cool? Are we done with this gauntlet yet? Holy shit, man, it's been going on for so long. Yeah, we've been... They're doing that for a long time now. For like the past 3 years, I think.
Still with us, boss? This way.
Wait, is that the Omega Ninja I've been fighting, or is this another Omega Ninja? Oh my god. Boxy handing out a passport. Hold on, wait, now I can salute. There you go. Didn't have time to salute before doing all the chaos. And he also summoned the scam train. Yo, scam train poggers. The Death is handing out another passport too. Everyone's becoming a Danish citizen. I think this game train needs another person for it to activate. Or we could just... or we could just keep resetting it. The forever going scam train. And this... What the fuck? Excuse me? This guy just handed out a passport to fucking Dark Viper AU. Excuse me? Oh, there, now he's a fellow Danish citizen too. Imagine if he actually sees that. All of a sudden he just has a whole bunch of Scooby emotes. And the random fucking Steven Seagal emote. Wait, what? He's in the viewer list. Hold up. That's been lurking this whole time. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking random. Yeah, he's just browsing the wanted dead category, and then yeah, he just randomly found us. Then he's just been lurking this whole time. Can you imagine? Yeah, I could imagine. That his notification box in Twitch, like the box that says when you get a gifted sub, probably full of notifications. Because yeah, he probably gets a bunch of random ones. Oh, I thought you could. Oh. Wow. I'm surprised no one has complained about that yet. Have I learned any Danish? I mean, I speak. I'm born and then like I speak fluent Danish.
You're lying, Morgan.
I know, right? Lying. No. I saw it at the grocery store the other day. There's no way. I refuse to believe. No, you're at the grocery store. Buying those Carlsbergs. When you know Danish. Oh my god, wow. Well, you were misinformed. I've known Danish this whole time. Known fluent Danish this whole time because I was born here. I have known Danish this whole time.
You're lying, Morgan.
Or maybe it was a random homeless dude. Honestly, it looks the same to me. Yeah, you're not wrong. With the long hair. With the long hair that it has that hasn't been shaved for like 3 years. He just said sausage. You can only say Among Us. Exactly. The Danish Gandalf. Gandalf the Dane. Oh, thank God, a checkpoint. He took so long. What do you mean? That was instant. Catch up. Oh, but the scam trainer was here this whole time. Oh god. Prepare for another gauntlet. The bot wants to join in. Bot wants to join in on the spamming. Perfect gasp. Oh god, there's two.
This time you won't be saved by the bell.
Oh my god, it's a boss fight. What happened to my friends?
Feel nothing.
Trying to switch weapon. He's too high on painkillers. That's why he won't feel anything.
You.
Walk into the fire for me. I feel nothing. He says as he's getting blasted with a rifle. You need to get ready for school, puke aside. See you later, Mr. Deaf. Have fun at school. And once again, appreciate the gift subs and the resub. Appreciate it, my good sir. I feel his jaw got blasted. Bots have rights. No bots have rights here. Except for Nightbot. Because Nightbot, he secretly runs this. He's the lethal assassin after all.
Bastards are half decent.
Bastards half decent! They fucking kill him.
Kill. I will absolutely kill you.
I will absolutely kill you. How confident you are. God, his face is so red. You bastards are half decent. I've loaded like 2 mags into his face. What? That's not how that happened. I didn't even hit him once with my katana.
You alright, Stone?
God, the cutscenes are so quiet.
All good. Let's go.
There's like a fucking army out there.
Remember Paris?
This time it's different. There are civilians out there.
You got a better plan?
August will help. You won't make it without it.
It gets better every minute.
Wait, what face? There's lots of goofy faces in this. Oh my god, I gotta turn it down again. Because the cutscenes show. What the fuck? The dude parking on the right. Wait, what? When did that happen? And the cutscene just down?
Enemy reinforcements.
Take care of her.
Oh, whenever you finish. Oh, I get what you mean. Like during that loading screen, when it plays that like rap battle meme thing. Yeah, okay, I got you. I know what you're talking about then. Honestly, man, this whole game can be turned into multiple emotes and sound effects. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, excited like that from yesterday. The grenade! Grenade! Reinforcements! Grenade! Watch out! And earlier today too, the fucking... Fuck you! Leave him alone! Where's that bitch? Oh dude, this game is one of a kind. Oh, and this the song too, can't forget about that. Touch myself.
Is that all of them?
Enemy reinforcements.
Game is truly brilliant. Spinjitzu reload. What the fuck was that grenade?
I'm sure they're scouring the entire town.
Oh, hey.
I'd expect nothing less from this team.
Enemy reinforcements.
Get out of the way, dog. I'm fucking stun locked in the corner with the pistol. Oh my god. Nice. What is this end credits music that it's playing? What is even going on?
No, enemy troops.
Target acquired. Moving in for attack.
I mean, who even knows at this point what's going on in this game? What is happening? Good question. I don't know. I have no idea. This music sounds so out of place. It's like the... I think you're here during the credits or something.
Let me know if you need some.
Whoa, what the fuck's happening to the music now? It kicked in for a second. You know, it would surprise me. Fucking all of a sudden it starts playing Happy Humble. Now the music just stopped entirely.
Grenade!
What is it? It's queuing up that Happy Humble now.
Sometimes get careless.
Oh, there you go, it's back.
Grenade!
Grenade! Cat jammed to this island for a second. Oh, that's a friendly.
Grenade!
No more game, only cat jam. We only cat jam now.
Is that all of them? Here they come.
Rest me, Doc. That game has an ultra Pepe Hands plot twist that, like, you were the main villain the whole time or something. Meanwhile, the entire chat, cat jam, yeah, let's go. Sick jam, boys. Yeah, dude. This game has some real bangers. I think I have enough to just buy everything I need. Yeah, you can't even see the cutscene because everyone's too busy cat jamming. Yeah, we were the bad guy all along. Anyways, cat jam. No more to learn. I have all the skills in the game now. What the fuck? Twice fucking Kojima makes a cameo at the end. Turns out to be the main villain. What was that? What was that cutscene just now? Kojimbo, yep. Bet you didn't expect me here, hey? Bet you didn't expect to see me here. I was the main villain all along. Kojimbo, yep. Trust me. Brand new model out now. What kind of advertising? Trust me. Looks like a fucking meme. Big advertisement, man. Advertising of the future. It's just memes. Hey, we got the idle animation. She's lighting a cigarette. What time to smoke? We got a blast.
It's a trap!
We won't let you advance.
Eating spicy.
Fire! Defend this area! Seal up their escape route. Don't let them get away.
Oh my god. Eating spicy goodness. Like a boss. Yep. Appetizer for noodles.
Grenade! Grenade!
Did I think I got the ammo. This music feels like the end of an action movie. It feels like the music at the end of like a Transformers movie or something. What the hell is this?
Let's take care of these guys already.
Did the civilians fool you? There's nobody here.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. This game, it feels like a random, like, futuristic sci-fi movie. You would find it like Blockbuster back in the day. If featuring Steven Seagal. And you would find it like Blockbuster while being high as fuck, and you'd be like, yo, dude, this movie has Steven Seagal in it. Yo, dude, it's gotta be good, man. Let's read that shit. That's what this game. That's what this game feels like. It feels like a movie from the 80s that you would find. You would find a Blockbuster and just randomly rent while being high as fuck. That's my review of this game. Put that on the cover of the game. Ten out of 10. Did that really do like nada damage to him? Thrilling combat. Exactly, there you go. Put that in the cover of the game. 10 out of 10. A game you would find at Blockbuster while high. Quote me on that. Put it on the game case. Sell it. Ship it. 10 out of 10.
Got all of them.
That's a chainsaw. IG, a little something for everyone. And then you just have my review. I gave you a fight at Blockbuster with high. That. What the fuck? The whole marketplace just fucking blew up. Jesus Christ. Zero out of 10 doesn't include Chun-Li. I like fucking random as hell too. Ah shit, chat, just have Chun-Li. My favorite Street Fighter character. Just drop the game. 0 out of 10. Amazing. But yeah, that is true. It doesn't. It's not only streamer only, the ding thing. Wait, come over here. Let's go up the marketplace again. That's funny though. He was just chilling and all of a sudden you just hear ding. I lost my other gun. What? Like hitting an enemy. Like an actual enemy.
You gotta watch out.
That just like a parody of itself as an anime. Ooh, wish I was shield up.
Nicely done, Cortez.
What's going on?
Fucking bonk. Yo, Max. I saw them making a lot. I saw that before stream. They announced like a shit ton of stuff. They're making. At the Mortal Kombat movie. Oh, I do not remember that. With the recent one? Exactly. They announced so much shit. And I can't believe they announced that. They're freaking a Harry Potter series. Jeez. It really ran out of ideas, didn't they? Bang. Wait, that really? And I thought you were just making that up. An actual real person, an actual journalist complained about that. Surely he was joking, right? Just what the fuck, man? It's a shitty movie. Chun-Li wasn't in it. And he must have been drunk when he made that. This took Mortal Kombat for Street Fighter. What the hell? What are you shooting?
I'd expect nothing less from this team.
Oh my god, that almost killed me.
path over there is blocked.
And we appear.
Who just said they reappeared?
You gotta watch out.
You said that. You reappeared? Where'd you go in the first place? You reappeared into the game? Wouldn't surprise me. Gob's also part of the game. Boss fight? Boss fight against a fucking missile.
We're dead if they surround us.
We're surrounded.
We're dead if they surround us.
Even out here.
We're surrounded. Oh well, I guess we're dead.
Here.
Oh, I countered it. I'm not completely surrounded. There's a lot. There's space to move around still.
Grenade!
That's friendly. That's not friendly. Oh my god. The death scream. Said Chun-Li's in the part of the Mortal Kombat Mechaverse. Wow, really? Oh my god. Never would have guessed. Why did he even say that in the first place, though? Did he really think... I guess he must have really thought that she was part of Mortal Kombat. I guess he was just really convinced about that. Hey, checkpoint. Exactly. Oh, I love Asha Street Fighters, huh? Is this guy serious? Is he serious? He can't be serious, right? He's joking, right? Surely. Surely he's joking, right?
Enemy reinforcements.
Shit, so narrow.
You gotta watch out.
Shit, so narrow. Oh my, Jesus. I got fucking sliced. Oh, what?
Okay, lock and load. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Cover me.
Oh, just a big guy.
Somebody cover your chest.
There's still enemies left.
Oh my FPS. Wait, I have the wrong gun. How the fuck are you not dead yet?
Let's not get careless.
Damn. Another checkpoint.
Still waiting on reinforcements.
Thank you. All three of you had to talk at the same time.
They even have helicopters showing up.
Why? I don't see any helicopters. Why are you looking? Why are you seeing helicopters? Oh, I hear it now. Oh my god. His face is so bloody. Thank you, Doc.
You gotta watch out.
Wait, what? The ninja go? Please don't summon a mini boss now. Please don't summon a mini boss. I feel like it is. Oh. Good now.
What's taking backup so long? Damn.
Damn.
Don't let them escape.
You sure sounded annoyed. Damn.
With this boss. Fire away! On your guard! Fire away!
What the fuck? You just spawned in front of me. Dead end, brothers. Oh, is this still enemies? What are you shooting at? Huh.
I'd expect nothing less from this team.
We're cooling down. We can escape in the back alley. Hey.
Dead end.
Found a path. This way.
Well, well, well.
Well, well, well. Oh, that's okay. Was that really necessary? Yes. Back to the fucking end credit music of Transformers again.
Enemy reinforcements.
There's still more of them?
That's what I'm saying. Gauntlet goes on for so long. to a good start in this one. Oh, I didn't. I was staggered the whole time, so I couldn't counter with the pistol. Christ.
Target acquired. There's still more of them?
Vivian, take care of her.
Let me know if you need
Yes, roll into the fire again.
Deal with this, boss?
What the fuck? He hit me? Egg. Exactly. That's all this game is missing. Some eggs.
I'd expect nothing less from this team. Give them hell, Stone.
That's another ninja.
Far away.
It's fucking death scream.
Far away.
Wait, when did I pick up another gun? Ah, exactly. They sound like Nightfoot. Ah. Let me reload. Respect the reload.
Far away. Reinforcements.
Executed.
Reinforcements.
We cool? Who is talking? Everyone.
On your guard.
The entire universe. They are all three talking at the same time. Man, you should have seen it earlier when there was like 10 enemies talking at the same time. Being like, there she is. Fuck you. Get off for him. Oh god, this game.
On your guard.
This game is such a trip. Such a unique experience. Oh. I still have the revive, I think, right? Rest me, Doc. Thanks, Doc.
On your guard.
Oh my fucking Jesus. Are we done with this gauntlet? How many more enemies are you gonna throw at us? I think there's still more. Exactly, you're right, Doc. There's another one here.
Grenade!
Let me know if you
Oh my god, I almost shut that. Grenade! That's what they yell to constantly. Grenade! Grenade! Reinforcements! Grenade! I guess they don't yell it, they're just like, grenade. They're so casual about everything in this game. Grenade! Reinforcements. Grenade! Hey guys, by the way, that's a grenade right there. By the way, guys, there's a grenade right next to you. Might want to move, but yeah, there's a grenade right there. Just thought you should know, you know. What the fuck? I'm sorry to bother you, but there's a grenade right there next to you. Heads up.
Be this reckless.
Holy shit. Man, that's a lot. What is that's like 2 white ninjas we have to fight here in the beginning? That's crazy. No, go back in the fire, demon. To whoever may concern, that is a grenade. Best regards. Exactly. To whoever may concern, that's a grenade. Best regards. Oh my, you idiot! You hopped right into my grenade! I didn't read the grenade level. Exactly, what the fuck? He just hopped right into me. Guy did not have a care in the world.
Reinforcements! On your guard! Fire away.
On your guard, fire away. Reinforcements. Grenade.
You gotta watch out.
Oh, don't touch me. Leave me alone.
On reinforcements.
What the fuck? I shot his leg and his 2 arms off with 1 shot. How? Don't question.
On your guard! Fire away.
So this music that's playing right now, it sounds like something you'd hear at the end of a Transformers movie, doesn't it? Sounds like the end credits to a Transformers movie. This music that's been on loop for the past, I don't know, half hour.
Grenade!
Oh my god. Grenade! Shut you with my invincible hand. What is blowing up? Stop! This fucking guy. Got to turn off track repeat. Yeah, that's for sure what it sounds like. This has been on repeat this whole level. The past half hour of just been listening to this Transformers end credit music.
Enemy reinforcements!
Oh my god. Did not mean to heal.
with us, boss?
I had the DVD song right now. I'll just repeat the same 3 measures of notes for like 30 minutes. Alright, okay. Seems good, man. Yeah. Let's ship it. Let's do it. Yeah, they got the DVD music guy to work on this. Guess it's just the same thing on repeat. Hold that for me. Yeah, fuck up the other one. How is he not dead? Fucking die, demon. Is that all of them? I sure fucking hope so. Give me a checkpoint at least, man. Holy shit. Checkpoint? Pulse champ? No checkpoint. Just more war. Just more fighting. Kick the door open. Like the big cheese would. Run at him with my 10 FPS. Pick up this note. This fucking music, man. Kick it open. Oh, no, actual cutscene. Oh my god. Actual cutscene. Oh my god. Oh, sick cutscene. Sick 7-second cutscene, and then we're straight back to this looped music. Fuck yeah. Wait, how many out of that? What the fuck? Oh my god. No. Damn it. How? Oh my god. How far back is it gonna put us? Gonna put us back to the beginning of this, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my god. Jesus, this bit is such a unsure. Where's that guy squatting? Like 5 or 6 of white ninjas. At least there's no brute. At least there's no big guys. I guess that's a plus.
Here
Well,
they come.
I gotta save these grenades and stuff. Gotta try to do this without using grenades. Time to get good and figure out how to fight the white ninja without too much cheese.
Let's finish this quickly.
Indeed. Because what the hell is even going on in this game? And where to even start with this? Alright, first one down. 7 more to go. Hopefully this guy doesn't hop into my grenade again. That would also help a lot.
Far away.
Oh, that was killed.
On your guard. Far away. On your guard.
Grenade!
Grenade!
Far away.
On your guard.
Eye for aims. Get ready.
Reinforcements.
Nicely done, Cortez.
What? I executed him and he just stood there. Okay.
On your guard. Reinforcement.
You okay?
On your guard.
Next white ninja coming up.
You can still fight, right?
On your guard.
Alright, next one. This fucking guy's. Are you serious? Tell you. Fuck. I didn't expect him to shoot right away.
Hurts like hell.
That didn't even kill him. Alright, next wave.
Let's take care of these guys already.
Oh, they spawn here.
watch out.
Nope. Let me hit it. Thank you. Oh, why we already used? Oh no, it's not like that. No, I missed. I missed the barrel, and that just cost us. Unlucky. That fucked it all up. That I missed the barrel, and probably because I tried to drop kick him at the stairs.
Let's take care of these guys already. There's still more of them?
Medium, take cover.
Holy shit. How did we lose so much HP? What? I'm dead already?
Hey, you okay? Here they come. Hey, you okay?
As okay as we get.
Far away. On your guard. Far away.
Can we like not fight on the stairs? Thank you.
On your guard.
Grenade!
Reinforcements.
What?
Nicely done.
Nicely done. I'm fucking dead, man. Yeah, I shot him with the pistol, so I thought it would stagger him, but he wasn't staggered for very long.
Medium, take cover.
Now the game is really turning into Ninja Gaiden here. At least at this bit. Gotta go for such a tough gauntlet, and then hopefully at the very end you get to fight two super ninjas. Hopefully that's the end of this before they give you another checkpoint.
You gotta watch out.
I don't think I can block that because I'm already staggered. Whatever, we're just gonna blast him because Jesus Christ.
Is that all of them?
Enemy reinforcement.
Where is he?
Far away.
Nope.
On your guard.
You okay?
Far away. On your guard.
done, Cartus.
You're well sick takedown.
Reinforcements. On your guard.
You gotta watch out.
Oh my god, there's another one. But
on your guard.
let's not fight on the stairs. This will get us killed. Here we go. Yep, this is the one right here.
Yeah, take care of her.
Oh my god, he punched me in the stomach and I died. Can we just... No, you can't reload checkpoint. How does the first one keep murdering me? We're not gonna do this like this. No.
Far away.
Hoping I timed it right. You know, maybe it's because we gotta use these. Gotta use the explosive barrels to advantage. Let's try that. And then let's try and not die. To the very first one.
Stone, enemy troops.
There's still more of them?
I didn't mean to film that right there.
Ian, take care of her.
What the fuck? What's this guy doing here? Okay. Right, let's try and kill these other ones with the barrels. Oh boy. See how this goes.
Far away.
Well, he ran away. Well, he ran away from it. Oh yeah, there's that. But that's a bit awkward.
Far away.
Please be dead.
On your reinforcements. Far away. Reinforcements on your guard.
What?
Let's finish this quickly.
On your guard. Far away.
Oh, here comes the next one.
Far away. On your guard.
You can still fight, right?
What the fuck? How was that not enough to kill it? There we go. He was really close though.
Far away.
Holy fuck.
Grenade!
Which one of them would drop a heal? You piece of shit. Why are you still up there? Oh my god. Oh wow, what a troll. I thought there was only one up there, but no. There's another one camping in the corner.
Enemy reinforcements.
It's fucked up.
There's still more of them?
Vivian, take care of her.
You gotta watch out.
Why do I have this equipped? I want to have this. Oh my god, he dropped the stem pack. Fucking finally. About time.
Enemy reinforcements.
Far away.
Let me know.
On your guard. Far away.
Where is it? It's right in the middle.
On your guard.
Reinforcements.
Far away.
Oh my god, he also dropped the stem pack. Blessed. Blessed to fight the almighty goose.
Far away.
Oh my god. It's one hiding there.
On your guard. Far away.
You okay?
Aw, I tried to roll away. I think that despawned the med back too. Aw, that sucks.
On your guard.
Hey, you okay?
I remember there's two up here. One right there. I didn't even make it.
Grenade!
Maybe we just gotta use this gun. What is this gun? Oh, it's a shotgun.
You can still fight, right?
He has to be close to death. Not even close. There you go. Oh my god, okay, I think we're back almost to where we died. I think that's the last wave here. Now we go inside the restaurant place. We have 3 heals, some incendiaries. Oh god, no, there's one more. Jesus fucking Christ. Exactly, no, you're right, Doc. There is another one. Why is there so fucking many of them? Hold on, wait, there's still... There's supposed to be a barrel back here. Oh my god, no, don't do that on the stairs. That's how we died last time. It sure feels like it, especially with these fucking guys. Like, oof, you see how tanky they are? I don't even have ammo left anymore. At least I still have some grenades, but oh my god. They're definitely bullet sponges. I mean, the heart on the left kind of also reminds me a little bit of the Division, actually. They are fucking bullet sponges, those white ninjas. I can't, man. And they make you fight like 5 or 6 of them here. And you only have so much ammo. And then after this, you have to fight 2 other Omega ninjas. And well, like, it's gonna be tough now that I have 0 ammo. Exactly, the budget Genjis.
Here they come.
Hi, I'm Carl, and we're going to talk about how to properly open a door. Right? But you want to get your foot as close to the center as right there. Pick the site where you want to put
You
your
had
foot.
lessons together with Carl.
Kick that puppy open.
Piece of cake. So you had lessons with Carl. I got 20 bullets to deal with the 2 budget Genjis in here. Oh my god. Man, yeah, how do you think I feel? We've been listening to this for like, I don't know, 40 minutes now. Just on repeat this whole fucking time. It's driving me insane. Plus having to fight these fucking bullet sponges over and over every time we die. And there's no checkpoint in between here. And there's upcoming pop. Oh man, I've had my fill of this fucking song. Can we stop? Can we please change the track or something? Like, I'm begging you, man. I've had enough. Please. Please, man. At least we get this cool cutscene. Very cool. Look at it. Oh, and then straight back to this. Well, no. Oh, I'm reloading.
Let's not get careless.
Ooh.
Better watch out.
Are you serious? I just got here and then that guy just 2-taps me. Oh my god. Welp. Take it from the top, shall we? Take it from the top.
Here they come.
I want to save some ammo for that last part, but oh my god, it's almost impossible when you have to fight 4 of these. Hold on, let me try something completely stupid. What if I trigger all of them at the same time?
Far away. There's still enemies left.
I've triggered every single enemy here now. Everyone follow me.
Far away.
Where are the tougher ninjas? Oh god, we're all dead.
Far away.
On your guard.
Grenade!
Oh, that's a massive grenade. Good shit.
Far away.
Reinforcements.
Hey, maybe this is the play.
Far away.
Skillful blade. Oh my god, I actually managed to parry. I didn't mean to walk into that.
On your guard.
He dropped the stem.
Reinforcements.
Nicely done, Carlos.
Far away. On your guard.
Well, does that at least sped up the process? I just don't have any heals now, but they do. Oh no, this. Oh, never mind. There's still one.
On your guard.
You okay?
Far away.
On your guard.
Jesus. Oh wait, that's the first time we died. Was that the last one? I don't think so. There's still some enemies, but maybe hopefully that was the last ninja. Alright, there's still a purple guy. Okay, that one, he was the last one. Nice. Okay, maybe that's the way. Just trigger them all at the same time. Have one big shit show fiesta. Maybe that's the way to do this. Finish AOT by Friday. Nice. You all caught up.
Okay, lock and load.
And just why do you think I exist?
Oh, you couldn't have dropped the mid back? Okay, well. I have one mid back. We just needed to not get too tapped. As soon as we enter. We have some ammo this time, so that's good. Nope. Oh wait, that was the right grenade. Hey man.
Let's not get careless.
Really have to throw that dagger?
Hey, you okay?
Stop throwing the daggers! Yeah. No, you don't have to throw them. Oh my god, one down. Help me, friends! Oh my god, we did it. Please give me a fucking checkpoint or something. Jesus, look at them all. They're all so fucking bloody.
Dog.
That's nothing compared to them.
Yeah.
Of course, we go straight back to this soundtrack. Your checkpoint is more enemies. Oh my god, that was my lucky day, isn't it?
Can't see shit. We are dead if they completely surround us. Let's get out of here at once.
Get to the target abandoned area.
What do you mean you can't see shit? it's like bright as it gets. Even like every game. I can't see shit. Oh my god. Ah, this game. It's fucking incredible. I can't see shit. The lights are on and everything. What do you mean you can't see? Yeah, you're not wrong. Every game nowadays is really dark. Holy fuck, at least I got a checkpoint. Why is she walking so slow? You can clearly see. Holy shit. I think we're pretty, but I can't see. Oh, dark, even with the lights on. That guy just blew himself up. Wait. No, I couldn't drop the med back. That guy's half the man he used to be. Barely hear the last track over this repeated soundtrack. Over this repeated song. Insanity. Get me out of here. Make it stop. Make it stop. Bunker insane. Come down here. Oh, oh, oh! This is too tight.
There's still enemies.
God, that muscle flash though. There's still enemies. Yeah, as I'm fucking mowing down the two ninjas in front of me. Exactly like the two enemies that are fucking 2 feet away from us. You thought I wouldn't notice over the music. And the 2 FPS. Oh, wait, did it slightly change the soundtrack? Am I just going crazy? Oh, no, it's another ninja. No. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm just going crazy. Good to know. I'm fucking dead. At least I don't have to deal with that insanity part over again. But it's still insanity. It's just still this song. Whoa. I feel like I'm being brainwashed or something. Are we being brainwashed? That's what it feels like. Yes. But that explains a lot. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
One of the target groups has taken a different route, heading over for backup.
There's still enemies left.
Why are you aiming that way? Where's the other ninja? Found it. Now, in this next room, this is where the other ninja was, I believe. Let me heal. Oh my god, how did it, what in the Jesus, how did it land there? I dare you to show up. You gonna show up? Where the fuck is he? Ah! Please. Ow. Get through the door. Oh my fucking Jesus. Ah! No! I saw that grenade on the ground and I was like, fuck, he left that potting gift on the ground for me. But I think that was my friend's. Still, that was fucking scary. Oh, hi. The ninjas have one great weakness. Doors. They never teach us the ancient way of doors, or how to walk through a door properly. We always get stuck in them. Anything else, game? All you're missing now is just a brute to throw at me. Oh yeah, the finish tutorial, how to open a door. Like, didn't watch the finish tutorial. How to open a door. Checkpoint. Sweet, sweet checkpoint. They need to get their shit together, the ninjas. I feel like there's a boss fight up here. No, maybe not. What? Ah. Oh, there's the brute I'm talking about. He's just standing menacingly. Hurry up and break what? I couldn't hear you over the grenade that went off. Please don't have any ninjas in here. Don't look like it. How are you screaming after your death? Oh my god, they got Riot Boy. Riot Shell Boy.
This way.
This way. Made out.
They're in that building over there. Shoot them.
You hurt the woman. Shoot. There was only one guy. This is just a basic ninja. Not the overpowered one. Oh. Speak of the devil, eh? No power one appears. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Another ninja sneaked up at me. Ow. Another one I just heard? Sure is. Did he just kick it? Oh my god, thank god. Now I'm out of ammo though. There's no more ninjas. Checkpoint would be nice. just more ninjas, eh? No checkpoints.
On your guard.
On your guard. Why is he saying that in such an ASMR way? On your guard. Watch your six.
On your guard.
On your guard. What the fuck? You asshole.
On your guard.
Who is saying that? On your guard. Fire away. Oh my god, that's still not enough to kill you. Finally, holy shit. Give me a med back. I deserve it. Thank you.
Fire away.
Fire away. Who is saying this? What? Who the fuck are you? Oh my, wait, that's another one! In what dimension? Yo, that was sick. Checkpoint's right there too. What a cheese! They put the checkpoint right there, but you can't actually use it until you've killed everyone. Oh my god, thank you. And you even gave me a med back from it. actually got rewarded from it. And then my friend kills the last one. Fucking perfect. Ah. Sweet, sweet checkpoint. Oh my god, is the song finally over? I think I've already lost my mind. It's too late. Fight the robot. I have to fight another one? Oh, a two?
Stone, enemy troops.
Fight a tank. It's like the one we fought in the first chapter. That was so quiet.
The grenade launcher. We're fucked. Big time.
Stop being a pussy.
Cover me!
What? That was so random.
Fucking war zone.
Stop being a pussy. Oh, I gotta reload. What is happening? Help me. You got another rocket launcher somewhere? The spider is camping the rocket launcher. But they're both camping it. Hey man. I need that rocket you got. There we go. Fucking run over. You throw it somewhere else that's not right next to him? Thank you. That went right through him.
They got backup.
No shit.
Heads up, man the turret.
On it.
Hannah, use the grenade launcher.
What do you think I'm doing? What do you mean rocket launcher?
Use this!
Reload.
One down.
Oof. He says.
Over here.
What a fucking level, man.
2.0.
Oh, and we're back on this fucking soundtrack. Oh, I enjoyed the like 5 minutes where we finally got to listen to something else. Right back to this one, eh? Cutscene. He just wanted his wife back.
Follow me.
Follow me, he whispered. Be friends with the evil man now? But Wait, why is he bringing her?
You guys, get in.
Wait, we are helping him now, I guess. Well, who's the enemy now?
Wait, get back down there.
Stone! Go on!
Pep the snake. Holy fuck, he's fast. Metal Gear. That you riding?
Hoping to get some kind of info from me. It won't matter after I kill you.
Everyone whispers it. Yeah, can we please have another song? Why does he have a lightsaber?
Don't think being a zombie changes anything.
What? What is this carnival music? Not even the RPG did anything to him. Why did all the music? This is sound like it belongs. All the boss fight music. This sounds like we're at a carnival or something. Maybe we are. Who knows? This would probably be so easy if I knew how to block. Thanks for the tip, team. Watch out for explosive barrels. Oh, yo, we put you right back in the fight. Oh, did the rocket launcher like really do nothing to him? Apparently. Fuck. My own fire backfired. Get in the fire. Okay, yeah, the rocket launcher does nothing, and the fire? That could be a way. Hold up. Gotta drop myself. No, I have not watched it yet. Well, like the very end of the game, but I think I'm finally getting it down how to block properly. But that one I can't. Alright, all good, gotcha. Appreciate the no spoilers. Attack me. I want to test something. So what if I just hold it? I think you can only hold it for 2 attacks. Guess I just have to keep clicking it. Oh, cutscene. The timing of that. Guys over here going Super Saiyan now. What, he's healing? Oh, come on, man. That's illegal moves. It's banned at tournaments, man. You can't use that moveset. What happened to the music? It ran out. It finally stopped. It might be a blessing. We don't have the fucking Transformers end credit music. Well, stop healing, you asshole. I'm sorry. What? I'm just saying fuck out of nowhere. It was so quiet too. Well, we can't do that, man. We're mid-boss fight. This is the final boss, I think. It's all intense and it's raining. You're having your anime moment and you're trying to heal. Then you just go like, fuck. Out of nowhere. He's not like yelling it either. It's just the most casual fuck. What the hell, man? Oh no, that completely threw me off. I had me too. What the? Casually just fuck. Evasion mark. Fuck. Oh, yeah, that used to be a sound effect. Holy shit, man. Oh, that casual fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. I need a second. Fuck. Jesus Christ. This fucking game, man. How is anyone supposed to take that serious during the final boss? It just goes fuck. Oh my god, man. Oof. Oof. Remember to breathe. Jesus. Okay. Alright. I think we're cool. What in the... Hold on. Get a piece of chocolate before we continue. I'm probably gonna die right away. Because now I completely lost it. I completely forgot the rhythm. I said this guy's fuck. Oh my god. Right, okay. I can't. Okay, let's try and continue. As long as he doesn't say it again. What's that? What? Hey, that's an illegal move. Oh, come on, mate. He was so low health and then he just does that insta-kill. I guess that's what I get for fucking laughing about the fuck. Oh my god, I'm not even mad. Not even annoyed that we just died to that, because that was way too good. That was way too funny, man. That was... that was some top quality entertainment. That's just the fuck. The way he said it too. Okay, I gotta be quiet before I wake up the whole building. I gotta calm it with that. Ugh. Holy shit. We're probably gonna hear him say it again. Hold up. I gotta heal. What? It didn't register. Trying. Holy fuck, okay. What? How am I not blocking that now? Okay, I gotta get it together here again. Holy shit.
Don't think being in the south.
I was so focused until he said that. Completely ruined the flow. fuck? I'm dead. I was kind of hoping I could chip him in the face too, but no.
Don't think being in this
Bang. Slice, slice. I don't know why I can't block that second. The Omega Slash. Here we go, his anime face. Okay, I gotta mentally prepare myself for the fog again. Okay, keep it together, keep it together. Oh wait, he's healing. I thought he was doing a mega move. What the fuck? What is that move? I'm dead again. I thought he was supposed to go green when he healed. I guess not. What the fuck was that animation? I need to stop. I'm trying to go for like perfect blocks. There's no need for that. Up. Okay. At least I don't think there's any need for it. I got a trophy. Another trophy, what? What is happening? He's just going fucking crazy this time. How? Why is that like an unblockable? So I guess I just can't. The third swing that he does, I guess I just can't block that. I'm supposed to shoot him there. I don't know. I don't know how to avoid that. Yeah, I keep pressing block, but he still hits me. He does it so fast too. I got no time. No time to react. Okay. Now he's doing the right move. Well, what is that an Omega move that I can't block them? Yeah, that right there. What the fuck is that? Stop doing that. Why? I don't know how I could avoid that. Shooting him just makes it more angry. Yep, I think that's just what I gotta do. Blast him. But that just annoys him even more. Bought a gun to a sword fight. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, shooting him messes with the timing. Phase 2-2.
That doesn't hurt one bit.
Oh. Wow, that's how he starts up the fight, just with the insta kill move. Okay, I see how it is. Wasn't expecting that. No. Hold up. Up. Time out. I gotta drop myself. Could you stop? Stop it for that move. I can't block it. I literally can't. I have all the skills, but I can't block that. That's what you need to do. Do that more. Exactly. When in doubt, just Steven gun. Just fucking blast him like that. That should bring us into phase 2, right? Don't get carried away. That's the fucking anime protagonist right here. Look at him. Fucking he controls the weather and stuff.
That doesn't hurt one bit.
Hey, I can heal too. Can't hear you, French Regina. The rain is too loud. Yeah, I could hear that. Oh, he's healing. Could you let me heal? Please and thank you. This is an awkward spot. Oh my god, he said it again. Fuck. Ah, stop. No, I can't take it serious when he says that. Just fuck. It's not even like super angry. I can't fucking not be able to stop laughing. The fucking ultimate counter. You're just like, oh fuck. I'm just gonna drop down on the floor and fucking laugh uncontrollably. If you say that in a fight, because oh my god, I cannot take that serious. The way he just says it. And out of nowhere like that, just fuck. Oh my god, man. The hardest part of the whole boss fight, to be honest, is trying to stay consistent after hearing him say that. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, okay, hold on. I need to go get some water to cool down after that. I need to be right back. I need some water. I don't have any water right now. Yeah, be really quick. I can calm down to you after that. Fuck. We'll be right back. Gonna get water. Hey, I'm back with water. Oh man, can we like play a different game or something really quick? I feel I need to calm down. I need to relax. I can't take this serious. Kept thinking about it while I was getting water too. I just can't, man. Okay. Need like a solid minute to relax. Oh man. Exactly, that's me right now. Fucking people giggles to another level. Can I take this fucking serious? It's every time he's at like 15% health too or something, 20% health, he just goes like, fuck. It's out of nowhere. That's the way he says it, man. It's so perfect. Like, what? Why would a boss say that? Imagine a Dark Souls boss saying that. Like, halfway through the fight or something. Like, what? Huh? Oh my god. I feel like I gotta play a different game or something to calm down from this. Too much, man. Literally. Literally the hardest part of the whole boss fight is like surviving the fuck. Holy fuck, man. This will help me calm down. Me checking my email, and there's an email from Dead by Daylight saying we miss you. Please, plus come back. An email from DVD. Indeed. Emailing me. They see I haven't been on there in like... Exactly. You have my DVD in like a day? What? Huh? I hear what? What's wrong with you? You sick or something? What, huh? Why haven't you played DBD in a week? Are you playing other games? How dare. People, what the fuck? Well, we had a deal here. You're supposed to play DBD every single day for the rest of your life. But we had an agreement here. How dare you play other games? You're supposed to only play all games. That other game. I can't remember the name of it. What was it? Dev Garden? Oh, wait, no, you kind of want to forget about that one. No, about that one. Be Jamaica. That's the one. Let me drink some more water. Yeah, this game. Meet your maker that we only played 3 hours of. Not really for me, this game. Ugh. Although maybe this is what I need right now. Because this is nice and slow paced. Maybe that'll help me calm down. Yeah. There we go. Shall we give it another shot? Another couple of attempts. Okay. What? The fuck is he doing? Oh, okay. Okay. No, can I pause? Okay, thank God. Okay, okay. Phase 2, phase 2. Man, prepare yourself for the fuck. Okay, breathe. Drink some more water. Get my gun ready. Okay, well, come on, you got this. You got this. You're stronger than the fuck. We got this. Let's not get distracted, okay? Already fucking like struggling to not laugh, but that's all. It's all not trying to get distracted. Let's focus up. Kill this guy. We got this.
That doesn't hurt one.
Oops, I'm not dead. Yes, heal. Buys me some time. Whoa! You had me trapped in the corner. Oh my god, wrecked. Okay. We didn't make it to the pod. We died before it even happened. Where's the DMC back? It's fucking blast. Shoot him in the face. Time for all this fancy animal tactics. No. I mistimed it. At least we pretty much got the first phase down, so that's good. It's just the fucking second phase that's a big struggle because of the fuck. Okay, wait, no, time out again. Let me pat myself again. Take a sip of water. Okay, here we go.
That doesn't hurt one bit.
Sip. Where's a giggle sip? That's more fitting for me right now. Okay. Get me out of the corner! I want to heal. Oh, come on. You did the fucking... You did the stupid insta-kill. Giggle sip. Exactly, where's that at? That's what I need right now. That's me.
Don't think beans.
Okay, this is horrible. Kill me. Kill me so I can look up the emote too. Is giggle sip a thing? That's not a thing. What is this? What is this? How is a giggle sip not a thing?
Don't think being in the south.
What? Now he did it. What the fuck? I think I just completely mistimed it there.
Don't think being in the south.
Holy shit. Hold on, time out, I gotta heal. Thank you. I forgot about that. Oh well, it's fine. Can't quite figure out this man's second face. I think I just have to keep blocking and not shoot as much. Oh my god, he delayed it. No, my triangle. Collectibles are scattered throughout each level. Wow, thanks. That's definitely a helpful tip right now.
Don't think being
What? Triangle, come on. Why are you sandbagging me? Oh my god. The key to beating the boss is to collect all the collectibles. If you're too impressed, we'll find you. I thought that should be kind of funny. He's just like, whoa. Holy shit, man. You're actually bothered collecting every single thing? God damn, you know what? Fucking impressive. You know what? I'm just gonna hand you the win. I'm not even gonna fight you. I accept defeat. I'm just so impressed that you actually went through and collected all of it before getting here. Wow. Clap. Roll credit, everyone. It's like the only part of the whole game that feels like it's from like a Ninja Gaiden game. Ninja Gaiden. Yeah, this game is made by the same people that made Ninja Gaiden. Surprisingly. And well, yeah, this is the only part of the whole game that feels like that. It feels like Ninja Gaiden. Other than that, it's just a whole lot of mindless slicing and dicing and shooting. This is like the only real samurai ninja fight you have.
That doesn't hurt one bit.
Stop that. I wonder. Can I cheese this? I haven't even tried that. Hold on. Is this a viable strat? To just run away from him, wait for him to heal, and then charge up my Beyblade? Cheese? Question mark? Oh. What if I shoot the rocket at him when he's healing? Come on, heal. They'll be funny. That's not funny. There you go. Ah, it does nothing. No. My rocket cheese. I can still do the Beyblade thing though. That kind of seemed to actually work. Yeah, not really. He heals a lot. He heals for a lot more than we can damage him for. What? Oh my god. I wanted to do the Omega move, but I pressed the wrong button. The key to winning this fight. That's actually what I was about to do. I was about to go bullet time mode and then just bang, 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 bang. But then I pressed the wrong button. Unlucky. I was about to fucking pull the giant smoke gun and just blast him. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Don't think being in the south.
Stop. You did that twice in a row, really? You did it 3 times in a row. Jesus Christ, man. Finally, you did the right one. Then my triangle doesn't work. Oh. No, I don't want to do training. Get me out of here. Get me back at the boss fight. Put me back in, coach.
It won't matter after I kill you. Don't think
About. No, I tried to roll away, but I rolled the wrong way. You heal. What the hello, gun? I'm starting to think there's something wrong with my triangle button. Wouldn't surprise me. Because there's a few things wrong with this controller. Thanks for letting me heal, man. He was 1 hit away from Ps5.
Don't think being in the south.
What? How did that not stack? What are you doing? Go to phase 2 already.
That doesn't hurt one.
Oh. Come on, we just got here. Jeez, why you gotta ruin it like that? I already did my freaking instant kill move. Why you gotta ruin the fun, man? We could at least fall for a little bit. We could at least get into the fuck moment. But he just dodges that. That was my smoke gun move, but he just dodged it. Which means it probably doesn't work in phase 2 either. Damn it. Whoa. Oh, what? They killed me? Man, I wish this was Resident Evil or something. If I just pull out a Magnum and blast them. I shot him there, but he doesn't stop. He doesn't get staggered. I still don't know how to block that. Let's deal with that. That was quick. Except we got the phase 2.
That doesn't hurt one.
Oh my god! I can't. Why is it not? I can't block that.
Don't think being in the sun.
What the fuck? Okay, so shooting him just ruins the combo. I was trying to do like a different combo move to see if it would do more damage, but no, it completely just ruins it all. What? I'm spamming triangle. Come on, man. Unlucky.
Don't think being
Why are you not shooting it? I can totally shoot while blocking. Why does it not work when I want it to then? Oh, come on. That's not fair. That's up against the wall. What the hell happened there?
Don't think being in the
Let me see something. Yeah, you can't just block it all. You do have to fucking keep tapping. But is that what the key? Just spam block like a fucking psychopath? Okay, no, that's not the key. It kinda worked though. A little bit. One time.
Don't think being in
Just murder me. Hey, okay. Why are you not shooting? Like the game is sandbagging me. She's not shooting when I'm clearly spamming triangle. Oh, I guess that's because she's mid-block animation. That's why the game won't let me shoot. But then what am I supposed to do? Just spam L1 like a psychopath then, I guess? What? I'm alive. So is that gonna work here too? Spamming block like a psycho? Kinda, sorta. Whoops. Jesus, give me a break. I let you heal. You gotta let me heal too. Oh my god, he said it. It's the same exact thing that happened the first attempt, but I think I have it down. Yeah, you just gotta spam L1 like a psychopath. I think. That's like the only way to really block his omega insane attacks. Yeah, like that. Yeah. I didn't expect him to actually do the thing. Wow. He did it 2 times back to back. That I did not expect that. I really thought he was just gonna go crazy.
Don't think being in the zone.
Yeah, like right there. Oh my god. Yeah, let's both heal. I agree. Oh my god. He said it. Oh, he said it again? Wow, that missed. Oh, he was so close. What the fuck? What an interesting thing to receive, Mr. Junior. Yeah, but we've got it figured out now. Just spam block like a psychopath. And not get too greedy. Then we got it. You send it to a friend? What? You send it to a friend too? Oh my god. What interesting things you guys send to each other. Stop laughing. Shut up. Stop distracting me. Oh my god, we did it. Pog. Fuck. Holy shit. Time for phase 3, baby. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, badass kick. No cheesy one-liner. I'm disappointed.
Where's the cavalry?
Clearly an insult. Old friend.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm doing my job.
Dower's not in business anymore. Have you seen the news?
As a matter of fact, I have.
The bank really wants to run the city? No problem. Just leave my crew alone.
You know I can't do that.
She's not a threat.
She doesn't know, does she? Tell me, what happens when she learns the truth?
What version of the truth?
There's no version of the truth. People like you waited long enough for this shit to happen. Now, people like me get paid to make things right. Bottoms up.
Jesus, that was so fucking loud. It sounded like a volcano erupted.
Hello? Don't hang up. You hear me?
Stop calling.
Woman.
This is my last warning. He doesn't want to talk to you.
You want me to back?
He's not your son. This conversation is over.
Look, I know, but please listen to me.
Don't you understand how cruel this is? These children tell stories about their parents coming to pick them up any minute now, every single day. Officer, whatever you're trying to pull off, it just doesn't work this way.
How many times I told you that I will take him with me?
Look, we do appreciate the donations, but we can't let one of our children go. Especially with someone like you. He doesn't need a friend. He has plenty. He needs someone he can rely on. And it's clearly not you. You visit whenever you want and disappear for a few months. Our institution is not a petting zoo.
I understand.
Is that Anna?
Yes.
Anna! I thought I'd never hear you again.
But here I am.
There's so many things going on right now. Oh, there's a new girl in our class. I think she likes me.
What's her name?
Her name's Olga. She's kind of sweet. I also failed a math test last week, but it's okay. I don't bother much about it. Ooh, I joined the football team. The uniform is so bitchin'. We're being sponsored by Continental Standards. You won't believe the kicks they bought us. There's so much going on. Well, when will you drop by, huh?
I don't know, Bruiser. Whenever I can.
All right. You want to speak to Margaret?
No, I'll be going. Look after Olga for me, okay?
Wait, the game is over? What just happened? That's how it ends? Well, at least we got this jammer. But you know how it ended? But did you YouTube it? Fucking cranked it up, man.
Some people seem to have everything. 9 a.m. on the hour hand, and she's waiting for the bell. And she's looking real pretty. She's waiting for her clientele. She works hard for the money, so hard for it, honey. She works hard
Clap, 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 clap. Beautiful. Whatever it is we just played. Whatever this whole game was. Oh, oh, oh! There's more. AYAYA. This looks like something from Cyberpunk.
Can you hear me? Steady.
Water.
She worked hard for the money, so hard for it. Honey, she worked hard for the money, so you better treat her right. She worked hard for the money, so hard for it.
Oh my
Honey,
God,
she worked hard
SpongeBob.
for the money, so you better treat her right. Went to her in the corner stand, and she wonders where she is, and it's strange to her. Some people seem to have everything on them. Other who...
How old are you, Emma?
Who the fuck is
I'm
Emma?
19.
Okay, this is great. Why are you here today?
People talk.
I urgently
A
need
whole
the
lot
money.
of talking with
How much?
SpongeBob.
I don't know. A lot.
Is there someone you want to help?
Yes, I heard about this place from a friend.
We won't hand you the cash if that's why you're here.
No. I just need to pay for my son's treatment.
She has a son?
Is he sick?
Yes.
At
And we don't
19?
have the money. I mean...
Don't worry, I understand. When did you have your son?
Hard for the money.
Hard for the money, so hard for it. Honey, she worked hard for the money, so you better treat her right. All right, she worked hard for the money, so hard for it. Honey, she worked hard for the money, so you better treat her right. She worked hard for the money, so hard for it. Honey, she worked so hard for the money, so you better treat her right. All right, she worked hard for the money, so hard for it. Honey, she worked hard for the money, so you...
No, it's only me and my boy and my mom.
Way too dang almost.
Does your mom know you're here?
No. I told her I got a job in South Africa.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Continental Standard will pay for your kid's treatment. Family values are very important to us. We'll give you a white-collar job, nothing extraordinary. A year later, you will wake up at one of our locations, not knowing that anything ever happened. Sign this form, and take your pills.
What pills? Japanese hard mode has been unlocked. What in the world? What in the world? How would I rate it? Well, story-wise, it's all over the place, I feel like. But in general, oh, man, this was a fucking blast. I was gonna give it a 10. If it wasn't for the terrible audio mixing, it'll probably be a 10. So I guess a 9. 9 out of 10. Holy shit, I had a fucking blast with this. You could tell the people that made this had a blast with it as well. They had a good time making this game. Coming up with all sorts of goofy shit. Which was probably the #1 priority for this. Everything else was just whatever. Because yeah, what the I just have so many questions.
Can you hear me?
Like, you know... Give me a second, SpongeBob. This is not the time to take drugs. Let me explain how I think about this game. Thank you so much, bro. But, okay, it's just so crazy to me that, you know, that whole song we just heard during the credits, the "She works hard for the money," you know, that whole song? They made that song for the waitress lady. And they also, yeah, turned that into a whole anime trailer focused around that waitress lady. And well, you do, I think you only see her once, which is like at the beginning of the game. You only see her once, maybe twice. A little bit later in the game, but she like barely has any screen time in the game at all. And they like spent so much, you know, building her character. I don't want to say building her character, but you know, giving her like lore, making a song for her, her own dedicated anime trailer and all that. You only see her for like 2 scenes in the whole game. Then I still can't believe they got the actor that played Quiet in MGS5. I can't believe she's also in the game. She's the one that sings that song too. She's the one that sings that "She Works Hard for the Money" song. And some of the other songs in the game too. She sings them as well. And she's right down the screen. She's the one with the cat. The Quiet actor. The actor that played Quiet. MGS5. But also, story-wise, I'm getting the idea that we are like a robot or something. Like they transferred our consciousness into what we are now or something. I don't fucking know. No wonder she looked familiar. Yeah, I know, right? I also thought she looked familiar. And then I recognized her name in the jukebox. And like, wait, that's her. That's a Quiet actor. But then also, the way that the game ends here, she's calling the guy on the orphanage or whatever. On the orphanage, but then it also shows like an entire SWAT unit showing up out in front of her hotel or something. Like, what happened there? Is it leading into a sequel? Wanted that 2? I don't even get why it's called Wanted that 2. Well, 2, but like, why is it called Wanted Dead in the first place? AYA meets. I don't know that. I don't even know the story. I mean, it's pretty interesting, but it's just a bit all over the place. But man, was this an experience to play? Cause yeah, like I said, this feels like a movie you would find a Blockbuster while you were high. It's like. You would find a Blockbuster while high. Put that on the game case. Put that review on the game case. That's my review right there. That's what this feels like. It's like a game, or I mean, it might as well be a movie that you could find a Blockbuster while high. Just fucking randomly browsing the shelf at Blockbuster high as fuck. When your friends are just like, yo, dude, look at this fucking game. It's called Wanted Dead. Who's that guy? That guy looks like Steven Seagal. Yo, let's fucking get it. Let's try it. And then yeah, it turns out to be this. This is a one-of-a-kind game. I love it. This game is just right up my alley. The last level, oh my god, the last level is like the hardest part of this whole game. Oh, wait, these are the tapes that I found? Some of these are cutscenes. The majority of them are cutscenes. Wait, let's watch. What is cheesy lasagna? Like, what the fuck is this?
It's Trickle, Vivian Niemands Verdriet, and today we're doing a gorgeous, bubbly, cheesy
See what I mean? They went like all out with this game, like created so much goofy shit.
First, we diced this sucker.
And that's her. That's the actor that played Quiet in MGS5. They got her to do this. They got her to do a fucking IRL cooking show for the game. Like, what the fuck? What the hell is this, man? You don't see this nowadays.
Olive oil.
This is fucking amazing. Now we're watching a cooking show, gentlemen.
Onion in.
Yeah, that's a solid 10, man. That's an 100 out of 10. The fucking full-on goofiness. The length of goofiness.
Carrot. Nice and thick.
They went for this game. Nice and thick carrot, eh? Okay. Got a nice and thick carrot. What the hell is this, man? Yeah, like I said, they went all out of the goofiness. It's amazing.
Now that our onion has been in there for a minute,
You don't see that
we add
often.
around 200 grams of minced beef and pork.
See what I mean? This is exactly. This screams like something you would find at fucking Blockbuster while high as fuck.
Pigs went extinct, right?
What?
Now we add a tablespoon of tomato paste.
Huh? How the piggy went extinct, excuse me?
Stir a bit.
Complete wildness is a stand. Yeah, you don't.
Please use the good tomato paste, not the hipster one.
Okay, well, thank you, Vivian. But exactly, like you don't see this at all in any games nowadays. It's all just seriousness. So I can really appreciate this.
Oh my god, the smell. Tomatoes.
That they went all out on the fucking goofiness and just went full on crazy. You can definitely tell on the gameplay and everything that, yeah,
This is the
gameplay and
most
stuff, that
important
was the
part.
least priority. Creating
One
creating
for the
goofy
team.
shit like this was more important.
And this one's for me.
Yeah, shiny balls. I wonder what this game's about. It must be a cooking game, right?
Goodness. Now,
Must be a
season it.
cooking game.
Salt. Be generous.
Throw the whole thing in there.
Pepper. In. Paprika. Really
Jesus.
fragrant.
What is happening? We are watching a cooking show.
Low heat. Leave it like that for about 5 hours.
That's a
Now
lot. What the
alert
fuck?
from our sponsor.
Oh. Hashtag ad.
Berserker. Human flesh flavor. Dog
What?
fighting breed only.
Human flesh.
One bite. And you're good to go.
That for the dog or a
No
human?
time to chill. Time to assemble the greatness.
Hey, we're watching the actor of
Sauce.
Quiet from MGS5 making us a cheesy lasagna.
Put the leaves on top. Never overlap. And never, ever, under any circumstances, pre-cook your lasagna leaves.
Okay.
More
Take
sauce.
notes. Take notes, gentlemen. Don't pre-cook the leaf.
Mozzarella cheese. Quick, while this thing is Satan's armpit hot.
What? Who says that? Satan's armpit hot.
More sauce.
Satan? This game has more Satan in it than DVD.
And now a word from our
Linus,
sponsor,
and now
Human
a word
Flesh.
from our sponsor, Human Flesh.
Never pre-cook
Finally,
your lasagna. Or
Parm
else.
on top.
What the fuck, Doom Eternal?
Never buy grated cheese. Always grate it yourself. Don't be an idiot.
Okay.
200 degrees, 15 minutes.
That, whoa, oh my god, that turned out wonderful.
And there you have it. The real heart stopper.
Watch another one. Berry crumble. Ah, lush, goddamn. What a frick piece of
It's your
lasagna.
girl, Vivian Niemandsverdriet. And today we're doing the best berry crumble you'll have in your life.
One day you'll install Doom
Let's
Eternal.
face it, since the collapse of the Western Bloc, fruits cost an
That day is
arm
not
and a
today,
leg.
but one day you will.
You'll never be able to bake a cake with fresh fruit unless you're a baller. This is where our sponsor comes in. Wolfberry Mix, the king of processed fruit.
Yay.
Let that rest
Like-
for a moment.
Nothing crazy
gonna
even
start
happens
on the
here.
caramel.
It's literally just a cooking show.
Who
with
needs
her.
water? You have cider, right?
Why is that a skull on it?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on.
Some
Oh lord. Is that what you said?
and 1 glass for me.
Of course. Gotta pour one for yourself when you're cooking. What could go wrong?
You know what? Let's make it 2.
Take the whole bottle at this point.
Brown sugar. And
This is so obscure, man. It's amazing.
be patient with the caramel. No rush here. Berries. In. Just so you know, booze makes every dessert spectacular.
You heard the lady. Add some booze. Yeah, I was just watching a cooking
Less is
show.
more, but more just feels better.
Oh my god! Oh my god! We were lost again.
What do you mean I lost?
Now we take care of the crumble. Make sure the butter is ice cold. Flour.
Do you think she expected this when she signed up for this? When she accepted this gig to voice act in this game? I
Brown
think she
sugar.
expected to be making a cooking show for the game
Be
too.
generous. We ain't messing around here.
It's like, oh, and by the way, need you to record a few cooking
Time
shows
to
here.
get your hands greasy.
Oh yeah, sure, I can voice act that too. No, we need you to do the live action.
Mix it with your both hands.
Maybe she thought
unless
the
you have
whole
only one.
what? Maybe she
And
thought the whole
wait
game was a cooking show.
Until the crumble,
You know what? I believe it.
well, crumbles.
She thought she signed up for like a cooking show game. I could see it. I thought I was gonna play Cooking Mama. What is this?
You might want to add your own homemade granola mix. But who in the world makes their own granola?
It's just silence after that. I thought it was gonna be a live action Cooking Mama. This is not what I signed up for. It's so odd, man. It's so obscure. It's amazing.
Off the heat. Gorgeous. Now take the mix, start from the center, and make your way around the pan.
Holy shit!
No, he's walking on the table.
Now, oven.
Well, at least he didn't walk into the oven.
200 degrees. In. 15 minutes.
That's what you said last time too, with the lasagna.
Just look at it. I get so high on this thing, it should be illegal.
What?
Like heroin.
Okay. A normal thing.
Oh my, this crumble is ridiculous. So juicy. And remember,
What?
wolfberry mix
That
really
all
makes a
composed.
difference here.
We got 2 more. What is this? An akatsu? Yeah, more cooking shows.
Hey, it's your girl, Vivian Niemandsverdriet, and today we're doing something special. Tonkatsu. I know, pork is not that easy to come by, though the synthetic substitute in a store near you will do the trick. But before you feel like you're chilling in Ginza, my producer asked me to read one of your letters because we're getting
Ooh, what's
so
that?
many.
A letter? What'd they write?
Gunther Storch writes, Dear Vivian, my name is Gunther and I'm death row inmate B2155 at the Zakatsky Island Maximum Security Prison. I've been a lifer after the war, but when I stabbed the warden with a makeshift stiletto, they decided to give my stay a free upgrade. On Sundays, we all watch your show, and some of the folks leave the TV room in tears. It's too heavy on them. Each night, when I close my eyes and fall asleep while listening to the waves crashing on the walls of the castle, I'm dreaming of your warm and juicy chicken salad.
What the
I
hell?
have this episode on Rewind. I wonder if this could be my last meal. With love, your biggest fan,
Guy really
Gunther.
likes chicken salad, eh?
This is so sweet, Gunther. I hope you make it till the end of next season because our new sponsor arranges sweepstakes. Madre de Euros Russos, because everything is hotter in Russia.
There's a bear on it.
And now, tonkatsu.
Awkward
For tonkatsu,
downtime.
I would highly recommend using fresh panko, breadcrumbs. Don't buy these. Take your white bread that is on the older side and put it in the blender.
That hair, though. Real fancy. And a whole lot of hair products, probably, to keep it in place.
Medium heat. Now we wait while the oil gets hot.
Man, this game must be a trip to experience while being high as fuck. 1 second you're playing a game and then... Wait, someone just said you're doing it wrong. And then one moment you're watching anime in the game, and then the next moment you're sitting here watching a fucking cooking show.
We really want to have our tonkatsu nice
Exactly,
and
just whoa, what the fuck, dude?
You're right. Got it, boss.
Uncle W.
This is my favorite part. Beat the devil out of it.
Oh my gosh, you said the thing. The Bob Ross thing.
Salt and pepper. Be generous.
Beats me.
Whisk the eggs.
And you're high, you'll play this. Oh man, you're probably in for a treat. 1 second you're fucking slicing and dicing, the next you're watching anime cutscenes, and then you're singing karaoke.
Seriously, it's so easy. A child could do it.
And then next you're sitting here watching a cooking show.
And burn his face off.
What?
Can you hear me? Get Daddy.
Bob Ross, chill.
Whoa! Here, Daddy!
Whoa, whoa, he's really liking that steak. Oh, whatever it is again.
And flip it.
I forgot what we're watching. What she's making.
Nou, zie je wel, maar Gunther houdt wel van mijn kookkunsten.
Ja,
hij zou het eilandje van de avocado bakt eens een keer moeten proberen.
Wait.
Dan gaat hij zich vast nog wel bedenken.
What is happening? They're cheating. They forgot to. Wait, she gave her the middle finger. Unhinged cooking show.
Now we take the cutlet out. Dry off the oil.
Oh my god.
With a few paper towels.
Jesus. Hey, Coda.
And let it rest for a moment. Remember, there is a lot of cooking going on, even if you're not cooking. This is not me making this up. This is science. Oil, nice and hot. Let's give it a minute more.
Why more?
Delicious.
Damn, that looks pretty good. Even though they cheated.
Don't just look at it. Eat it.
I wish I could. We have one last one. Beef bourguignon.
Hey, it's your girl, Vivian.
How many of these did they make?
And
Is it just these
today
4?
we're doing the most requested dish ever. You begged for it. Now I'm doing it. Beef bourguignon. Bourguignon. What we want is to start with some good meat. Can't say that we have any.
All the blood.
Now, it's very important you cut it right. There's a roadmap
Exactly.
of how you operate.
What the awkward camera transitions.
Dit is inderdaad de juiste manier waarop je dit moet doen, ben jij niet het volgen.
Ik luister niet.
Diep snijden is niet hetzelfde als een trekker overhalen, hè?
Medium heat.
They're slowly becoming more unhinged.
We don't want a lot of bacon, but we want enough to give this thing of ours some smoky flavor. Bacon in.
Not a lot of bacon? Exactly, it's already incorrect. Why wouldn't you want a lot of bacon? Come on, man. Bacon's
Now
fucking amazing.
we add onion and carrot to the mix.
Oh my god. Vegetarian to play this game. And then they get to the fucking cooking show tapes. No, not the meat! Ah! Ah! Where's the vegetables?
That smell. Garlic.
What the? Okay.
Garlic in. Now we add the beef. And stir a bit.
Dit is echt verschrikkelijk.
This is terrible.
Weet heus wel wat ik doe.
Oh my god.
Never add pearl onions.
I hear you
These
smile.
little
I know what
pimples
I'm
when
doing.
The stew's ready.
Waarom niet? Het is een klassiek recept. Hou je dat dan ook gewoon aan?
Oh, sorry. Je bent de producer hier, hè? Je weet alles zo goed. Produce me maar eens een gin tonic dan. Hm? Now season it.
Jesus, that fucking stare.
Be generous.
The real correct stare. Drink the bottle, drink the bottle.
Merlot works fine, but never bottom shelf.
Oh, just Jesus Christ. Empty the whole bottle into the recipe.
We will need more wine here. Some mushrooms. And a bit of flour.
Die had je moeten snijden.
You won't believe how crunchy and juicy these will be.
Shrimp. Have we knocked that on the
So
floor after
rich in texture.
trying this recipe?
160 degrees, 6 to 7 hours, and you're golden.
Jesus Christ. 7 hours.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Who is it this time?
Caillou Claw. Give her crabs for Valentine's Day.
What?
Oh, this is pretty bad.
Ja, opnieuw.
Weet je wat? Ik ben er klaar mee. Seriously. 4 world championships. The Olympics. 3 disciplines. All gold. Screw this kaiju.
Eerst verpest je die stoofpot en nu verpest je de reclame. Wie heeft er een goedzame soldaat nodig? De oorlog is voorbij.
I'm done.
That camera's still. Oh, hi.
Fuck off.
Was this part of the script?
Beef bourguignon. Precies zoals mijn moeder dat maakte.
What the hell did we just watch? Nice. What the Oh man, this game is fucking fantastic. People, what the fuck? Middle finger. Fuck this cooking show. Holy shit, man. No game nowadays does this. Only Kojimbo could do this. Could think of doing something like this nowadays, but oh my god. These Ninja Gaiden people, they went all in, man. They went all in on the goofiness. I kind of hope there will be a sequel. I want to see more of this. I want to see what other crazy goofy things they can come up with. Hold on, there's also this one that I got called World at War. What is that? What is this? Oh, this is just the intro for when you boot up the game for the first time. You said it, Kojima. Yeah, exactly. Only you, Kojima, could do something like this. If a king, I don't know, create a cooking show for Death Stranding or something. Yeah, man, these Ninja Gaiden people, they didn't care about the gameplay or how the game looked or anything. They just wanted to go crazy on the goofiness. Chicken coffee operators went hard. They went fucking insane with this. And with the trophies too. We got 33 no, 39 of the trophies just from playing casually. 55. Yeah, the gameplay is not really the most exciting thing. It's pretty... The combat and everything, it's all pretty bare bones. It's all pretty bare bones. The gameplay. Combat. No one has the platinum? Wow. What's this? See all finishing strikes. No one has seen them all yet? Wow. Maybe that's gonna take a long time. I don't get why the game is called Wanted Dead though. Trophy is just called Game. Retain all memories movies. Hold on. I think we've got. Oh, it's Union Plus. Surely we've gotten all the things, right?
Dead on arrival, okay?
Dead on arrival, Captain.
Yeah, I don't really think too many. And I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen a single soul play this. Besides Mr. Junior, I don't think really many people were too interested in it, or even knew about it to begin with.
Nice. Nice.
Holy fuck, man! They really love ramen at this fucking place. There's so many different ramen levels. The Last of Us games now, yeah. They like the Last of Us games where the game backseats you after 2 seconds. Oh wait, this is the last one. We just got the last one. There's one more. There's one more cooking show for us to watch. One last one. Oh, we should have watched. This was the third one. Oh well, let's watch it anyways. Yeah, one last cooking show. The third episode.
Hey, it's your girl Vivian Niemands Verdriet, and today we're doing a deep fry to kill for. Twice.
Why?
This one is a no-brainer, really. Prawns, easy to cook, easy to get. This is probably the only food that didn't get endangered or extinct. But before we continue, a word from our sponsor. Stiffhorn, half sapient cloned beef, is now almost vegan friendly.
Hey, they got some vegan friendly
let's
stuff.
make it quick. The show I'm taping is on commercial break.
What the hell?
Now, season the prawns. Don't be shy. You can't overdo it, even if you try.
Stare at the prawns.
Some oil in.
A lot of fucking oil. Do you really need that much?
Medium heat. While we wait for the oil to heat up, we got some work to do right here. Always double dip the prawn.
Oh my god.
It will give that essential richness to the flavor.
Most unhinged cooking show I've ever seen.
Prawns in.
I guess it does need that much oil because they need to bathe in it, I guess.
2 minutes. 3 minutes if your prawn's mutated.
Oh, okay. You know? You're slacking.
Helemaal niet. In deze aflevering vertelt Nora aan Michael hoe ze zwanger is geworden tijdens haar coma. Dat kan ik toch niet missen?
Dat gaat er niet missen. Je zegt net zelf dat je het opnemen bent.
Ik ben het aan het opnemen, zodat ik het kan terugkijken als het doop is.
Dope.
My grandma beats me if I double dip.
Grandma beats me if I double dip.
What was that supposed to mean? What if you double dip the prawn? Not allowed to double dip your prawn.
Look at this gorgeous golden brown color.
Fucking good, man.
I mean, you could serve these with fries and mayo, but there's a great chance of triggering diabetes.
Oh. People fat. Feels bad, man.
We go for a healthier green option.
Jesus. Throws it in.
A little shock to the texture. Mustard really packs a punch if you're not expecting it.
People fat. It's all caps fat.
Balsamic vinegar. In.
There's no alcohol in this recipe? Isn't that the first? Hey, there it is. The people fat. Wait, why is it blue? Wait, what? Blue corn?
There. Epi fry. Gotta go.
Fucking amazing, man. Incredible game. Absolutely incredible. You also didn't get to see much of the cats. You don't even get to pet them either. They also seemed like they were gonna play a big role, but no, didn't really. Either way. A brilliant fucking game.